the new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
Stay there for the Shanghai on 19,
shot of
and
the
that the
fourth
first three-figure
Leonard.
check of the afternoon. To go the hard way about it. Double four,
game.
in it goes.
And the match.
On the outer ring, with all the time in the world he could possibly want.
Game.
But he only needs
Shot.
the one dart
And the
there.
match.
It does set the tone into how the rest of the day is going to pan out. Tops, tops, tops,
Game
tops.
shot and the first
That really
game.
was top.
Tops for a 107 to back it up, and Tops
Shot.
is found.
And the match. Game.
And perfection
shot.
it is as
And the
Collie
match.
completes the
Reece
card.
Collie.
Friday afternoon here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it is the Dudley man Reece Collie who leads the way. We're going to find out this afternoon the two that are going to make it through. Very good afternoon, welcome along. Yes, Reece Collie at the top of the table. Kevin Edwards following closely behind in second place. We'll find out around about 5:30 this afternoon who's going to join Steve West in Saturday's final. Well, we're guaranteed to have Laura Turner here on Saturday night. That's because she's on the commentary roster. And in terms of this group, we feel as if Reece Collie's got a foot into Saturday night. Him and Kevin Edwards, fair to say that the two will perform as yesterday afternoon.
Very solid indeed. It was great to see Reece come here and play so well, because he has been up and down, and he'll admit that himself. But yeah, between him and Kevin Edwards, most definitely the dominant two. But I don't think you can discount Billy Leonard either, because he is part of that 3-horse race for those top 2 spots.
Chat a bit more about them in a second, but last night Group B got underway. Paul Hogan topped the pile. He won all 4 of his matches, with Neil Duff and Simon Stevenson on 4 points in the other 2 qualifying positions. For Hoagie, got away one a little bit against Benito van der Pass in the opener, but once he got into his stride, that was vintage from Crocodile Dundee.
There was some really good stuff. This 157 from Paul Hogan, it really was a game changer against Neil Duff. He ran away with the match after that, but we saw 10 plus averages. Some of the best performances of the night, they all came from Paul Hogan.
He's top of the table overnight. We'll see that action resume this evening from 10 o'clock. This afternoon, Group C comes to its culmination. And as I say, Reece Collie leading the way. He won all 5 of his matches on Thursday, followed closely behind by Kevin Edwards on 8. You mentioned there Billy Leonard on 6. For the 3 players who came in from Group A, only 1 win apiece on Thursday. But in terms of Reece Collie, it felt like every component just pieced together yesterday.
Yeah, he said when he came here last time his darts were drifting, so he's had a bit of an equipment change. He wanted to throw them straighter. He most definitely did that yesterday, and some really did solidify his place at the top of the table. And it was great to see a real level of focus from Reece. There was no flustering, no panic. He was really solid.
Right, let's have a look at the odds. This is what the bookies think about this afternoon's action. No surprises that Reece Collie's odds on 5 to 6 to win the group. In terms of second and third, they're just siding with Kevin Evans, but not fully convinced.
Yeah, it's just gone with the table, hasn't it? I think it's going to be between those top 3, because with 1 win apiece, only 10 points available, I think it's going to be really tough for the chasing pack. But ultimately, anything can happen here at the Super Series.
And Johnny Haynes, 2 points at 18 to 1. It's a bit crazy, isn't it?
It is, considering it's to top the table, when you've already got one player that is sat at the top on 10 points, and the most he can get to is 12. So it doesn't quite make sense, but who am I to judge?
Who knows, right, 18 plus, gambleaware.org. And Billy Leonard is involved in our first game of the afternoon. He takes on Glenn de Bois, an early one this afternoon. I caught up with the man from the northeast. Billy, good first day for yourself. What would be your overall assessment of things?
Quite happy. Disappointing to lose the 2 games, but 2 quality players. But to win 3 out of 5, quite happy with that overall.
On your first couple, how important was a quick start for you?
Oh, it's massively important, because if you're chasing all day, you're just looking up all day. Nice to see at the top of the league after the first 2, and then carry on after that.
In terms of today, obviously you've got Reece and Kevin at the top of the table. What do you feel like the job is you've got to do if you can break into that top 2?
Just carry on the way I started yesterday, ideally. And I've got Kevin's second game, so that's the biggie for me today, I would think. So if I can get a win against Kev, we'll see what goes after that.
Is that something that you've been instinctively looking at, the fixtures and kind of where you play the top boys?
Yeah. Well, I knew there was a reverse fixtures. I was looking at that. As I say, they've got the 2 tough guys in the middle. That should be good. Should be good day to day.
Seen you at the ADC Global, saw you here in the previous series. How nice would it be to qualify through to Saturday and actually play in front of a crowd here for the first time?
Yeah, that's what I prefer. I like it a bit more noise. It's very quiet out there, as people say. But I prefer a lot of noise. Back home when I'm playing, the music's blasting in the bar, and that's what I prefer.
I bet as innkeeper of the North East boys, you got a lot of support back home?
Oh, yes, a few of them in the pub watching today. So hopefully we'll be watching Saturday night as well.
Top man, wish you all the best. Billy, good luck out there.
Thank you, cheers.
Well, if you are watching in the pubs, have a very good afternoon enjoying the darts and make sure you drink responsibly. For Billy Leonard, he takes on Glenn de Bois to kick things off. He wins this game. He moves on to 8 points, level with Kevin Edwards in second position in the Group C standings. For Glenn de Bois, just like Johnny Haynes and Joe Haywood, also played in Group A. Just a 1 win for him on Thursday. Leonard, the 53-year-old from Cramlington, who has been cramming in titles in that neck of the woods, up against Glenn de Bois, the 36-year-old from Altar in Belgium, making his debut. Been some decent performances from him this week, but not quite correlated in terms of results. And so today it feels like he is just playing things out and just going to enjoy his experience as opposed to maybe a tangible chance of qualification. Nick Rolls is the man in the middle. He's going to be presiding over proceedings on this Friday afternoon here on the South Coast. Lord Turner's alongside me here in the commentary box.
Billy to throw
and
first.
for Billy, the fact he's
Game
out
on.
to bat first means he has an opportunity, if he wins, to go level with Kevin Edwards, who takes on Reece Collie in the next.
22.
Yeah, it's interesting. And also, when you hear him talk about the fact that he's had a look at those fixtures, he knows when he's playing the big hitters in terms of this group. So he has a bit of a
58.
game plan, but he cannot afford to make any slips, you feel, today, because ultimately Reece Collie and Kevin Edwards, they were the top performers yesterday. They'll be looking
59.
to solidify their place in those top 2 spots.
Yeah, in terms of performance levels, it wasn't too bad for Glenn. Averages of 88 and 71 in his second game. That was kind of the
83.
disappointment for him. Averaged 86.5 and a 4-2 defeat to Johnny Haynes. Averaged 87 in his sole win against Joe Haywood. And in this meeting, yes, they just dropped off the
85.
pace a little bit. Lost it 4-2 to Billy Leonard, who won this game. An average of 83.48. Was 4 from 6 in terms of his finishing. Took out a ton checkout to boot.
85.
Yeah, I think for Dubois, what I noticed is that there are purple patches within matches. He hasn't really been beaten to nil on too many occasions. So
60.
he's always there and in the mix, and you can see that he can mount a challenge, but it's stringing together 4, and I think that's sometimes where the issue has been.
90.
It's that big difference between putting it together in small doses, as you say, and then doing over the course of, usually over this distance, 6-7 legs.
100.
Well, Dubois is threatening
43.
Billy Leonard's throw, but it is a slip.
Well, Billy Leonard could find himself
100.
in 6s and
Glenn, you
7s if
require
Dubois takes out the
142.
1-4-2. Not to beat.
140.
Yeah, and again, there
Billy, you
are
require
some
75.
questionable choices made by Dubois. Should be a good guide for Leonard, right on the wire.
63.
Well, by way of hitting that 140,
Glenn, you
Dubois
require
has left
2.
himself in the madhouse.
Game shot
Well,
in the first
he knew what he
leg.
was doing, obviously,
Glenn
Henry.
Dubois.
Well, there's Pepper to the madness. And
Second leg,
he
it's
gets
Glenn
the
to
break
throw
to put
first.
himself 1-0
Game
to the
on.
good. Not quite like the Wayne Mardle 180 to leave double one in that World Championship semi-final
83.
against Kirk Shepherd, but the difference is he won the leg. Sorry, Wayne, if you are watching.
100.
I'm sure that's another person that scrubbed me off their Christmas card list. People still send Christmas
140.
cards.
I do not.
No, it's a very archaic thing, I feel. It's called text messages and WhatsApp now, isn't it? But Billy Leonard looking to send out a message to his rivals in this
58.
Group C, but so far not exactly going the right way about it. A sluggish start, but it was a similar
17.
story yesterday against Johnny Haynes. It wasn't his best performance, only averaged 80. That's because he had a bit of a spurt towards the end. It wasn't the greatest of matches against the Punk, but was able to win it. If he gets off to a slow start here, could find himself in a world of trouble, because if he loses
100.
this and then Kevin Edwards beats Reece Collie in the next, he'll find himself 4 points behind 2 players, and the 2 players that are directly above him in the 2 qualification spots in this group.
44.
Yeah, every game is
Then you
important.
require
Every game is
120.
important for those 3 that are really in contention. But Dubois, a player that I think was very nervous,
60.
very edgy when he came here on Monday. As you mentioned, he's here on debut and has just got better and felt more comfortable as the days have progressed.
Well, maybe Billy is beginning to warm up. That's the first
Then you
maximum of
require
the day.
60. $20.
And it didn't turn out to be an
Billy, you
academic
require
task.
60.
The bar missing a couple at tops. Leonard's going to have to sperm one. He's only going to get one of that target.
20. Glenn, you require 40.
Well, Billy Leonard has had chances in the opening 2 legs to convert. But it falls to Dubois once again.
Game shot and
Yeah,
the second
finds it
leg.
last start in hand.
Dubois.
Punishes the miss from Leonard.
Third leg.
2
it's
legs
Billy to
clear.
throw
Not
first.
been a vintage
Game
start
on.
to our afternoon here on the South Coast.
55.
As I say, not been the greatest start so far. 7 visits per leg for Dubois. That's
140.
all he's needed to get the job done.
140.
This is better. Seeing signs from Billy Leonard. Had the 180 in the last, a 140 there.
$83.
I was interested, Billy saying that he feels like he's already given a better account of himself this time round than last time. And he felt the good start yesterday really helped
26.
him on his way, because the first time he played in this particular format, the better moments came at the end, but the problem was by that point, the results were poor enough at the beginning of his
40.
group that it was all academic. He was already out the race, where this time round, getting off to a good start has given himself every single opportunity to try and get through to Saturday night for the first
115.
time.
Yeah, which goes back to what I was saying. Every match for Billy Leonard is very important indeed, especially when he faces those players above him. But you cannot overlook the players that haven't picked
45.
up too many points yesterday, because we know the quality that is in the field.
Well, Johnny Haynes made the Global Championship final back in January. That is the
51.
capabilities of Swindon's number 2. It was a game that could have been played on the Magic Roundabout against Jack Tweddle.
Yeah, it was a local
95.
derby in the end.
Billy, you require 114.
He did convert this yesterday, and he was looking at going the same route.
58. Glenn, you require 98.
So this for the double break and full control and full command of the match. 78 left. Now, Glenn's counting hasn't been the best this week. That's fair to say. 58 left.
58.
Does leave himself on tops
Billy, you
eventually.
require 56.
Wow, he's pulled it into the double. It's not the worst mistake in the world. And
Game short
he
and the
tidies
third
it up
leg.
nicely.
Billy Leonard.
And so Leonard brings it back to 2-1. Ask the question of the Belgium on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
They'll be roaring him on at the
180.
Shankhouse in Cramlington this afternoon as Bois piles in his first 180 of the game, the 150th of the week.
41.
And I'm sure those who have headed into the bar early doors won't be happy with what they've seen from their man up to press.
100.
No, we often see that some of the opening matches of these sessions, they can be a bit of a tentative start, especially when there's so much on the line. But if this does go the way of Dubois, I think Billy Leonard will go back and think this could have been the one that got away, because in terms of performance levels, nowhere
97.
near what we saw yesterday.
$43. Glenn, you require 124.
Now Dubois got all the time. He wants to re-establish the two-leg buffer once more.
64 required. So just looking to set up. And that is sensible play
92.
from Dubois.
Yeah, had acres of time and space, so didn't have to do anything special from that position.
121. Glenn, you
Double
require
left after
32.
12 on throw, and he's going to get 6 darts on this 32 to move himself 3-1 to the good.
No
Well, he's busted,
score.
but that might not be the worst dart all told. But again, we spoke about the comfort that Dubois had. The 2 legs he's won in this game win 21 darts, and he's being afforded a 6th
55.
visit to the board here to get the job
Glenn,
done. In
you
fact, he
require
can again have
32.
7 visits to the board to win a leg because Leonard's left himself on 163.
Yeah, really should have switched with the last dart.
16.
And by way of leaving a bogey number, does not have a chance.
97. Glenn, you require
Well, Glenn's
16.
making heavy weather of it, but he's being allowed to take his time. However, that time's beginning to run out.
Game short and the fourth.
And time's beginning to run out on
Glenn
Billy
Dubois.
Leonard in this game. Trailing 3-1. And an opportunity to put himself
Fifth
level
leg,
on
it's
points
Billy
with
to
Kevin
throw
Edwards may
first.
well come to
Game on.
pass.
81.
Yeah, Billy Leonard now cannot afford to make any mistakes. Even coming into today, couldn't make too many. But Dubois, he's just been afforded so
55.
much time in his legs.
Wins have been difficult to come by.
43.
Dubois, as I say, just the one win yesterday. That was a 4-0 success against Joe Haywood. That was in his second to last game. It was a good performance to win that match. Averaged over
100.
87, was 4 from 7 in terms of his doubling. As I say, there's a player in there, but it just hasn't quite been good enough, consistently enough at this
134.
kind of level to truly challenge.
Yeah, well, there was a point, wasn't there, yesterday? We were talking, I think he was on a 13-match losing
58.
streak, because in Group A, he did pick up a couple of wins, but they both came on Monday.
125.
But the experience of being here at the Super Series will be invaluable for Dubois, something that he can really work off of.
And he's absolutely merited this spot. Won a qualifier to be here. Earned his right.
100. Billy, you require 118.
As I say, we've seen a lot worse ADC qualifiers play here.
48.
He's definitely handy. Just needs a bit of fine-tuning, I think. This game may well
Billy, you
be
require
extending
70.
a little bit longer. Leonard looking at 70 to reduce the gap to 1 and to force his Belgian opponent to serve it out in the
Game
next. And
short
that
of
is
the fifth
exactly
leg.
the scenario we
Billy
have in
Leonard.
front of us.
And when Leonard has got down to a double, yeah, there were a couple missed
Sixth leg, it's
in the
Glenn to
opening
throw
leg,
first.
but
Game on.
he has been able to tidy it up.
100. A 121.
That was a near perfect start in the leg for Billy Leonard.
100.
But even if those trailing three who have just got the solitary wins aren't able to get through to a place to qualify,
70.
then ultimately they can still play their role in this group. They can dictate perhaps who are the two out of the top three that make it through.
Ah, yes, I know it's
85.
Friday when the word spoiler gets brought up.
100.
Oh, this is a good response in a must-win leg for Billy Leonard.
Got to give him credit. He's just beginning to up it a little bit here. And as I mentioned, Bois, yes, he led the
Billy, you
game 3-1,
require
but he didn't have to do anything
130.
special. All three of the legs that he won in this game were in 7 visits. And so Billy must have been thinking in the back of his mind, if he could up it a little bit for
21.
5 minutes, and he should do enough to get
Glenn,
himself
you
back into the
require
game. However, the game could be
116.
over if Bois takes out the 116. Not to beat.
No, and the setup shot before for Billy
44.
Leonard was not
Billy,
on
you
point.
require 109.
In that disastrous first start, which means Dubois is back for
69.
72.
Glenn, you require 72.
To get this wrapped up and to get his second win of this group. He's going to get 2 match darts, a double 18, 36 or 36.
Game.
And to
shot.
double his point
And the
tally in
match.
this group.
Glenn
And
Dubois.
perhaps more pertinently in the context of this group, it's 2 points drop for Billy Leonard. And he's going to see Kevin Edwards and Reece Collie go head-to-head in the next. And he now has to hope that Reece Collie just goes crazy and just target Kevin Edwards for the rest of the day. We'll see them two in action after the break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just seen our opening match of Friday's Group C session completed, and it was a 4-2 win for Glenn Bois over Billy Leonard, denting the hopes of Billy Leonard. But we turn our attention to our table topper, Collie, the 26-year-old from Dudley, who had the perfect day yesterday, and he is facing Kevin Edwards. Kevin Edwards had a pretty good day himself, only losing the one match, and that was this particular encounter. These two sat firmly atop the table and looking to grow their leads. And I just wonder, with that match going the way of Dubois, Henry, in that very first one, does that change the mindset of these two? Because Kevin Edwards a win here, and then
first leg, it's Reese to
those
throw
two
first.
have a real gap between them and third place. As for Collie, he was determined yesterday, wasn't he? He knows that there's still a little bit of work to do despite winning every game yesterday.
Yeah, winning for Kevin Edwards, he strengthens his grip on second position, he strengthens his grip on a place in tomorrow night's final. Collie will probably feel if he wins this game, he'd open up a 6-point lead from Billy Leonard with 8 points left to play for. He may feel as if he's virtually there. He would still need to dot the I's and cross the T's. But a lot of things would have to go wrong for Chaos if he was to miss out on Saturday night from that particular position. Now, for Kevin Edwards, looking at the draw sheet, it's rather interesting when you look at his opening 2 games, because he plays Collie here and then plays Billy Leonard in his second game. So he has an opportunity here to really put things in his own hands. If he can have a good start to the session, then he'll find himself in a position with 3 matches left to go. Then you may need the 1, maybe 2 victories to send himself into Saturday night.
You require 161. $95. Kevin, you require 151.
The 151 not going to go. So Collie back for 66, but it has been
119.
a really dynamic start from both 66. These players, as we've come to expect. But it's double 18.
Game shot and the first leg.
14 dart opening leg for Collie.
Well, he did something similar yesterday, didn't he, Collie? Averaged 97.6. His best performance of the day yesterday came in his opener in a 4-1 win against Joe Haywood. Legs of 13, 14 and 11.
There is one thing I'm quite sure of. I don't think Collie's brother's getting his darts back.
No. Because he played like a dream at times yesterday, and he has come out at the beat of the bang here and is following in similar suit. But I do wonder as well, to a certain extent, the fact that these two are playing in the first match in some senses might help them, because they know they've just got to be at it right from the off.
58.
Those flights there of Collie. Imagery of his children. Very proud dad is Reese. And we are very lucky in this job where we get to see not just players develop, but people develop. And we first saw Reese here as a very young man, and to see how he's progressed, not just in darts, but in life, it's very good to see.
54.
Yeah, players, they have to develop on the hockey, but away from it as well. And you can use some of those outside aspects 96. And bring them into your game. And
Kevin, you
we mentioned at the top of the show, it's a very much more measured performance for Collie. We have seen him up there cutting a real frustrated figure.
47.
Well, I had a chat with Benita van der Pas last night, and he said his attitude to the game's completely different now. He's got a family, he's got a job that he very much enjoys. Yes, of course, when he's on the hockey, he still wants to win. That will never change, but perspective becomes everything. Well, luckily, Kevin Edwards didn't go for a second tops there, because we saw that last night
55.
from Paul Hogan.
Yeah, but unluckily wasn't able to find double 10 or double 5. Well, a slip from Collie means it's only 1 dart at tops.
10. Kevin, you require 5.
4-level game. Double 2. Now in the madhouse.
No
Drops
score.
just low, so Collie with an opportunity to break and hit the front.
40. Game shot and the second leg.
That little
Reece
raise
Collie.
of the hand, because Reece Collie probably thought there was a point in that match where he was down and
Third leg,
out.
it's Reece to throw first.
But the leg does
Game
go
on.
his way, and he's 2 to the good.
Yeah, has an element of control in this
96.
contest. And if he wins this game, as I say, you get the sense, even though he wouldn't mathematically be through, you'd feel as
40.
if he is virtually through to tomorrow night's final.
$84.
And it was a very good day for Reece Collie. Not just did he win 5 out of 5 on Thursday afternoon in Group C,
55.
but his beloved Aston Villa got through to the final of the Europa League last night. And just like Unai Emery's team, he'd
95.
love a 4-0 to kick things off this afternoon, because not just in terms of the points would he be in a really good position, but if he wins this 4-0, he'd have a legs difference of plus 16.
134.
Yeah, and he looks full of focus and in command of leg number 3.
140. $60. Reece, you require 86.
It's a 3-0, and it feels like one-way traffic now.
Single 4, mate, yeah.
82 left. Treble 14 was the option for double top.
21.
Yeah, all 3 of those darts just pulled low. Not quite got the release right on that visit.
140 make life interesting. Can only find the
100.
ton, but
Reece, you require 65.
Collie may only get 1 dart here.
That tops.
25. Kevin, you require 112.
Should have been in a position where he should have more than 1 dart in that particular scenario. And Kevin Edwards has a chance to pinch his pocket, but double
96.
16 just moves on the
Reece,
inside.
you require 40.
He's had chances, Kevin Edwards. Is it last dart in hand
Game
again for
shot
Collie? It
on the
is, and
third
it's
leg.
3 legs
Collie.
to 0.
He got off to a good start, Reece Collie, but it's also fair to say the last couple of legs
Fourth
he's had
leg,
to
it's
get away
Kevin
with 1
to
or
throw
2.
first. Game on.
Yeah, I mentioned the chances, and you can see it on the screen there. He's Kevin Edwards 0 from 5 on the outer ring. Really should have levelled things up
100.
at 1-1.
And that may well be the turning point, not just in this game, but
134.
in this group, because, as I say, a win for Reece Collie, he is away. He is out in the clear at the top of the table, and Kevin Edwards will still be
60.
precariously looking at Billy Leonard behind his shoulder, knowing he's got to play Billy in a couple of matches' time.
140.
Yeah, some of these early exchanges, they could be quite decisive in terms of how players will progress.
80.
I imagine as well, Dubois will want to mount a little bit of a challenge today. He's got Haywood next, and that
140.
match was a 4-0 win yesterday for Dubois.
It looks like this game's going to finish in a 4-0
100.
scoreline. Edwards has
Reece, you
left
require
himself on a finish,
87.
but Collie to put the cap. Well, not his best performance, but a performance which has been good enough.
Well, he looked over to the score there and showing full
37.
respect to Kevin
Kevin, you
Edwards, who
require
is on a long-range finish,
161.
but couldn't find the single 20 to leave the ball, which is what he's got when he returns.
65. Reece, you require 50.
To put himself in a nigh-on, unassailable
30.
position. 2 match darts are come
Kevin,
and
you
gone.
require 96.
Yeah, both these players are finishing. Needs a little bit of tightening up. You can understand there might be a few nerves. But this to extend the match. And it's
80.
another miss on the outer ring for Kevin Edwards.
Reece, you require 20.
And so 3 more to wrap it up for Zip.
And that is really awkward indeed.
No score.
Clatters into those other two darts.
Kevin, you require 16.
To keep this show on the road.
Game
Double
shot
8 is
on the
found for
fourth leg.
Kevin Edwards. He gets something back, but Collie with the darts in hand to get the job done.
leg,
He's
it's
had
Reece to
5
throw
darts
first.
now to win
Game
this
on.
game. You'll be hoping it doesn't come back to cost him.
And you never know how important just
83.
picking up that one leg might be as we go to the tail end of the group later on this afternoon. If points are tied, then legs difference is what we look at.
140.
And this is where actually Collie's done very well yesterday in terms of when he won matches. He
58.
won it rather decisively. 4-1 in his opening game against Haywood. 4-2 in his second game against Bois. 4-2 again against Billy Leonard.
100.
4-2 against Johnny Haynes in this game. A 4-1 success yesterday. Actually, we didn't have a 4-3 in the entirety of the session. Haven't seen a 4-3 in this group
96.
as of yet. Which means if you constantly win by margin, even if it is 4-2, you're constantly giving yourself a bit of a gap
57.
in that particular department. You're eating into what your opponents can do against you.
100.
The first maximum of the match, and it's a timely one for Reece Collie, who now is on a potential 2-dart finish after a dozen darts thrown.
60. Reece, you require 84.
It's almost as if losing that last leg has ignited a spark in Reece Collie.
Game
Because
shot.
that is a
And the
5-visit
match.
leg to get the
Reece
job done
Collie.
and to move 6 points clear at the top of the group with 8 points left to play for. Reece Collie has put himself in a nigh on unassailable position. He beats Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Johnny Haynes takes on Joe Haywood. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we got the better of Kevin Edwards by 4 legs to 1. Third up for us, Johnny Haynes and Joe Haywood going head-to-head. Both players looking to better their 2-point tally on Thursday. Johnny Haynes was the bookies' favourite, heavy bookies' favourite to win this group, but flattered to deceive on the opening day's worth of action. As for Joe Haywood, he won this particular meeting by 4 legs to 1 yesterday. Haynes, the 61-year-old Swindonian, a weekly winner back in January 2023, taking on Joe Haywood, the 43-year-old from Middleton, making his debut. And unless he wins all 5 and Kevin Edwards and Billy Leonard have a poor day, it probably will be his final appearance in his first campaign here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Very much enjoyed his first experience of playing here at the Live Lounge under the lights. I'm not sure Johnny Haynes has enjoyed
it's Johnny to throw first.
This week so much.
Game on.
Group A was okay, but yesterday, for sure, Laura, was a day to forget for him.
Yeah, and that's such a telling
60.
sign, because that first start there from Johnny Haynes, he's pulled it low and he's shaking his head already. It's a different version of Johnny Haynes, who is normally so
100.
chilled, so laid back. And he was in Group A, as you say, we saw some good stuff from him. But he knows that if he's got any chance, the same as how you mentioned for Haywood, and he's going to have to go through the card.
Yeah, both players going to have to go through the card, and they're going to have to hope that Kevin Edwards and Billy Leonard can bust.
43.
Well, it does make the next match really rather intriguing, because that next match is between Kevin Edwards and Billy Leonard, who both suffered early losses in their matches.
Well, despite all the head shaking, he's in control of this first leg, is
60.
Johnny Haynes.
$118.
I guess the other thing that may be in the back of the mind of Johnny Haynes, who knows that this is a difficult task to get through from the position that he's in, is
Johnny,
he's going to have to win by
60.
some score lines as well, because his leg difference is clearly in the negative.
Game
But
shot
it's
in
a
the
good
first
start.
leg.
It's a
Johnny
14-dart
Haynes.
opener from Johnny Haynes.
But this is why I think Johnny Haynes can be really dangerous.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first.
Because in his own
Game on.
head, he'll feel as if he's got nothing to play for. He cannot go through. Doesn't stop him from trying. But what I mean is, I think the shackles are going to be off Johnny today.
100.
And as a consequence, someone like him, someone as naturally talented as Johnny Haynes, without that air of pressure of expectation, could be a
81.
very dangerous beast.
We know exactly what Johnny Haynes can do. He just did not perform as well as he could do yesterday. I mean, ultimately, these players, they
41.
come here, they're not robots, they are people. And it doesn't always go in the way that they would like it to.
It's a lot of averages, isn't it? You're not
60.
going to perform at your optimum level day in, day out. I'm still waiting to perform at my optimum level, and I've been here for 4 years.
85.
We're all on the edge of our seats, Henry, waiting.
I think you're going to be waiting a while longer.
100. $130.
A good cover on the ball for Haywood. Be interesting to have a chat with Joe after and just kind of see how he
60.
felt about his
Joe,
debut
you
here at
require
the Super Series. Everyone
145.
treats it differently, has a different perspective, but we've seen some good stuff from him.
Yeah, different people have different takeaways, won't they, as to
65.
what they've got from the experience, what they want to do after they've played here for the first time. For some, the goal is just to come back here again. For
100.
others, it's a case of, do you know what, I think
Joe,
I
you
can mix
require
it with
80.
these players. So I might give Q-Score a crack. I might go and play on the Challenge Tour. Maybe do a bit of WDF, ADC Main Tour. 67 left.
30. Johnny, you require 100.
Haynes looking for a ton finish,
Game
and it's
shot on
cleanly
the second
taken.
leg.
He's 2
Johnny
out of 2
Haynes.
on the finishing, Johnny Haynes. And this is a much improved
Third leg, it's
version
Johnny
of the
to throw
punk.
first. Game on.
I guess the other thing is when you have had the off day and then you
100.
come in the next day, and as you mentioned, he may be thinking he hasn't got a great deal to play for today. When it all starts clicking into place, you think, why couldn't I just have 1 or 2 games like this
30.
yesterday?
Ah, yes, dart players and their infamous way of turning positives into negatives.
Yeah,
100.
we've got it down to a fine art form, I'll be honest.
All I'm saying is a dart player could win £1 million on the
100.
lottery and would still not be happy they ain't won $1,000,001.
I don't know, I'd be quite happy with $1 million.
I wouldn't take a pay cut.
60. $58. 60.
That's the first dart Haywood's looking for. He has been able to build. He's got that first dart
140.
right.
Now 6 from here to put Haynes 3-0 to the good.
41.
He's himself on 140. Which I wouldn't put past him one little bit.
125. Johnny, you
we
require
saw the
140.
Tom finish in the leg previous. Okay, not adding the 140, so we'll just look to set up if he gets the chance to come back.
120.
Regretting he didn't leave for
Joe, you
120.
require 48.
Well, Joe hasn't had a dart and a double yet in this game. That changes here.
Game shot
And
and
he
the
reduces
third
the
leg.
gap to 2.
Joe
One breaks
Haywood.
back, returns the game to throw.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
I wonder where the nickname
100.
Silky comes from.
$60.
Assuming he doesn't make silk for a living. I could be wrong. I could be very wrong.
100.
Yeah, a little bit of a rally here from Haywood as Haynes has just
45.
dropped off the pace.
$41. $60.
I mean, they were 3 really well thrown darts, but only 60 points to show for them. They're the things that can just affect the mind of a dart player, because especially when your opponent brings a max.
180.
Just beginning to rally here, and Johnny Haynes is going to have to be careful. 2 things have happened.
100.
Haywood's put
Joe,
his
you
foot on the
require
pedal as
80.
Haynes has dropped off, and so plenty of time here to square this game up at 2 apiece. So 2-0
Game
down, a
shot
clean
and the
check
fourth
on the
leg.
80.
Joe
A
Haywood.
14 darter, and from 2-0 down, Joe Haywood squared this game up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Haynes kicked off with a 14, and Haywood's just found a 14 of his own.
42.
So far, very much a game of 2 halves, which was dominated in the first couple of legs by Johnny. And then the back
140.
by Joe.
$100.
I get the sense this might be the first
100.
game in this group that goes the distance. Just feels like it's going to be one of those games where both players just cancel one another out from this point
41.
onwards.
Yeah, if that is the case, though, Johnny needs to start finding a few more trebles. He's just dropped off, as mentioned, in the last couple of legs.
85.
To the point that he hasn't had any more darts at a double.
Well, Haywood's looking the more likely of the two.
60.
And he's got 6 here to put himself 3-2 in front. As I say, trailed 2-0 in the early stages.
136.
Yeah, this is good stuff now from Haywood. And a bit like Dubois in that opening match, these players now that have come through from Group A
140.
here on debut,
Joe, you require 40.
trying to leave a lasting impression at the live lounge.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Back-to-back 14s.
Joe Haywood.
Well, you speak about impressive. That very much is impressive. World class.
6th leg, it's Joe to throw
Now
first.
has the darts to
Game
win
on.
this match. To double up his points tally and to double up his points tally against Johnny Haynes.
60. 85. 100.
Yeah, steady stuff from Joe Haywood. Despite a solid start from Johnny Haynes,
125.
just hasn't been able to maintain those levels. I think after a couple of legs, he was averaging just shy of 100, and that average has plummeted as
96.
the match has continued.
Probably a summary of Johnny Haynes' Group C campaign. She's not been able to get going.
100.
And so Haywood's here. 6 on 2, 4, 5 potentially to get this wrapped up.
140.
Really good 140 that.
$57.
And perhaps not quite enough
Joe, you
pressure
require
applied from
105.
Johnny Haynes as Haywood stares down the 105. Tops for a 105.
65. Johnny, you require 134.
Well, you just get the feeling that this 134 has to go, and it's not going to for Johnny Haynes.
126. Joe, you
And so
require
this
40.
to wrap up a 4-2 victory. Tops for Haywood.
No
Three
score.
match darts have come and
Johnny, you
gone.
require 8.
Johnny Haynes has not had a dart at double since leg 2. And now he's in the madhouse. One dart
6.
in hand, and it's not gone for Johnny.
Joe, you require 40.
Well, it's no good for Johnny. And so Haywood to rattle off 4 legs of out reply. Double 10.
30.
Well, the
Johnny,
drama
you
goes
require
on.
2.
Yeah, you heard that clip to the wire. It was close,
Game
but that
shot
is
on the
closer
6th
from
leg.
Johnny Haynes.
Johnny
And we do
Haynes.
have the first encounter of Group C going the distance. You called it,
7th and
Henry.
final leg. It's Johnny
You know
to
what they
throw
say about
first.
broken
Game
clocks?
on.
We do indeed. So that's it for today.
Well, no, we've got
60.
1 o'clock tomorrow morning when
That's
we're going to be here for the end of Group B.
That's true. I'll be holding my breath until then.
I'll make a prediction that in the
83.
final game of the night, we will see a checkout in excess of
100.
130 in the match between Neil Duff and Carl Wilkinson. There you go.
Okay. There is a possibility I will not be remembering this. I'm sure you will.
60.
Oh, if I get it correct, you'll only hear the end of it.
Well, I cannot wait. At least it'll be the last match, I guess.
95.
Don't you have to deal with your Saturday then?
Good point, well made. Yeah, but then I would have forgotten about it because we're not going to be here till about 5 anyway.
60.
So well, if these two want to be here tomorrow night, they're probably going to have to pay for a ticket.
83.
Haynes left himself on a bogey number, but Haywood just struggling in this decisive leg.
100. $123.
That's one of the setups of the match for Johnny Haynes.
Led 2-0, trail 3-2, survived match darts.
140.
For now, with
Johnny,
the opportunity to win the game himself. Double top for Johnny Haynes. Well, they all kissed the wire, but none found a way through.
Joe, you require 58.
Disappointment for Haynes, but should be more match darts incoming for Haywood. Mr. Handful to win, but no mistake this time for Haywood, who has enjoyed that victory. It's back-to-back victories for Haywood in Group C for Johnny Haynes. Disappointment, but elation for Joe, as both of them walk off the stage. It was a close match between the two, but it is a 4-3 result in the favour of Joe Haywood. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have just seen a real battle between Joe Haywood and Johnny Haynes, with Haywood coming out on top by way of some really impressive play midway through the match. Had to survive a couple of match starts from Johnny Haynes, but it is Haywood who's doubled his points tally and has now got 2 wins over the 2 days. Well,
First leg, it's Kevin
we
to
now
throw
turn
first.
our attention back
Game
towards
on.
the top end of the table. Billy Leonard lost his first game to Bois 4-2. Edwards losing 4 legs to 1 to the hands of
55.
Reece Collie. Both these players coming into today were realistically in contention for a top 2 spot. So this game could be all important
55.
in terms of who will make it through to tomorrow's final.
Yeah, it feels somewhat of a showdown, this meeting between Edwards and Leonard. And that will not aid
120.
the cause of the flatliner there. So, win for Kevin Edwards to see him 4 points clear with 6 to play for. It put Reece Collie in a position, if he was to
81.
beat Johnny Haynes in game 6, that he would be through with 3 games of this group still to play for Chaos.
Yeah, a bit like Steve West in Group A. Actually won it at a canter in the end.
45.
And Collie in the position to do something quite similar.
Is it going to be one of them weeks where the 3 winners of their respective groups does so with ease?
It could
95.
well go that way, because we obviously had Paul Hogan in action last night, who went through the card himself. So those players just set themselves up nicely for the final day of
55.
group action.
Yeah, Group B coming to its close tonight, 10 o'clock, live on Pluto TV. And don't forget, if you are out and about and you do
85.
want to take the darts with you, you can download the Pluto TV app. It's available on the Apple App Store, Google Play, wherever you get your apps from. And you can watch the darts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, wherever you may need to
140.
be on this Friday afternoon. Stream now, pay never.
131. Kevin, you require 86.
Well, the first chance of a finish goes to Kevin Edwards. And that will be a disappointing first start, because from 86,
70.
you do feel like you should have at least
Billy,
a
you
shot on
require
the ball,
54.
especially with Leonard sat on 54.
$34.
Which is unable to convert, and so Edwards
Kevin,
will
you
get a
require
poke at
16.
double 8 to hang on to his throw in this opening leg.
No score.
The 3 opportunities go a
Billy, you
begging, and so
require 20.
Leonard, to get the break he needs if he's going to win this game,
Game
finally
shot.
finds the 5s to do exactly that.
Yeah, and that was the element, I think, of Kevin Edwards' opening match against Reece Collie that
Second leg, it's Billy
wasn't
to throw
quite
first.
as it was
Game on.
yesterday. He was 1 from 7 on the finishes, and those opportunities came over numerous legs. Could have quite easily have
140.
found himself in a much tighter game against Reece Collie, who, yes, started off very well, but did have a dip throughout that match.
60. $85.
Yeah, in terms of the performances for the pair in their opening matches, Billy Leonard averaged just over 77.5, 2 for 5 in terms of his doubles in that 4-2 defeat to Bois. For
26.
Edwards, he missed 6 darts at a double, 1 from 7. And was kind of outmaneuvered. He averaged more than Reece Collie in the end. By
140.
about half a point, but it always felt like Collie was in control of that contest once he got a leg on the board.
100. Billy, you require 136.
And Leonard feels as if he's got all kinds of comfort in this leg. 6-1-3-6 to
78.
double up his lead to 2-0. We'll come back looking at 58. It's just not happened at all for Kevin. He did say yesterday that his form has
41.
been up and
Billy, you
down. It's been
require
anything
58.
but flatlined. And we're seeing that in action here, unfortunately, for himself.
38.
Yeah, that slip again on the single number for Leonard. And he just had to burn a dart. But as you say, bags of time, and here there is a real disparity in these opening couple of
100.
performances
Billy, you
from
require
Kevin Edwards
20.
compared to yesterday. Double five again, the target. Double
Game
five has come
shot
to the
on the second
rescue
leg.
on two
Billy
occasions
Leonard.
in this match for Leonard.
Man from Cramlington having fun on the northeast side of the board.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $60. 100.
Well, this could be the perfect response for Billy Leonard, but as for Kevin
60.
Edwards, just struggling just to find the form that saw him take second spot overnight.
140.
I do wonder if there's this added element of pressure when you come back. You've had a good day. As you mentioned, he has said that he
58.
can hit anything from a 60 average right the way through to 120 average. So we weren't sure what to expect, but yesterday it was very consistent at a good level.
Well, how many times do we say it? The hardest thing to do is replicate good things. That's what the
140.
separating factor between the good and the great are. 1-2-1 left after 9 here for Leonard to get the double break and to open up a 3-0 lead.
45. Billy, you require 121.
I think it's fair to say that Kevin Edwards has not come out the traps at all in this match. And it's been one-way
53.
traffic, a procession for Leonard.
He's still got time to turn it around. He's still in a decent position in terms of how the table looks. But then you get into that
80.
leading favours
Billy, you
territory
require
depending on
68.
how the other matches go.
Well, luckily for him, Billy Leonard's next game is against his Collie.
28.
That's the only crumb of comfort that he could possibly cling on to if he loses this game and loses it heavily.
Although you have to say, there is an argument that those couple of players in Bois and Haywood at the bottom of the table have actually
83.
made a really
Billy, you
good start
require
today.
40.
For the double break.
20.
3-0, that just drops
Kevin,
underneath.
you require 115.
Yeah, chance here for Kevin Edwards. He's been restricted to just 3 darts at the outer ring. And he's not going to get another chance here. Leonard back for double 10.
99. Billy, you require 20. Game
He
shot.
makes no
on the
mistake
third
and he
leg.
finds
Billy
himself
Leonard.
3-0 to the good. Well, if the beginning of his day was rather disastrous, this the
Fourth leg is
absolute
Billy to throw
opposite in
first.
dreamland.
Game
3-0 up and with the darts here to win this to 0. And if he does exactly that,
85.
he would have a 5-leg swing on legs difference in his favour because he would move on to +6. Edwards would be on +1. Of course, both players level on 8 points. But at this stage of the group, a leg
42.
difference gap that big, that's pretty much close to a bonus point in your favour.
44. $60.
Shake of the head because they were well thrown darts, just the wrong side of the wire. And
100.
if this match does continue in this trend and it does go the way of Leonard, then as for Kevin Edwards, he will have a couple of games before he comes back out against Haywood just to try and reset.
43.
But the problem is, he'll know from that point onwards, it's probably going to be a case of having to win each of his last 3
84.
to give himself the best possible chance of making it through to tomorrow night's final. Well, this game looks like it's set to come to a close rather quickly.
44.
For Kevin Edwards, he saved his worst performance of the week for the worst possible time. For Billy Leonard,
45.
he's rubbed his hands together and said, "Thank you very much."
Yeah, he's just had plenty of time, not really been pressurised. As mentioned, there was a leg where Edwards had the
60.
opportunity to see it
Billy,
off,
you
but
require 143.
wasn't able to convert. And it's very much been all Billy Leonard since then. He's looking to set up.
123.
Well, that'll do.
100.
Edwards does leave himself
Billy,
on a
you
finish
require
for
20.
this to get it wrapped up
Game,
with
shot,
real
and the
ease. A
match.
4-0
Billy
win
Leonard.
for Billy Leonard against Kevin Edwards, who just never really got out the traps in that game. And so Leonard moves into second position, and he does so with a 5-leg swing in terms of the legs averages. A 4-0 win for him. Next up, Glenn Bois takes on Joe Haywood.
We move on to game number 5 of 15. And it sees two of our initial winners from this afternoon back in action. Glenn Bois, he celebrated a 4-2 win over Billy Leonard, whereas Haywood had a 4-3, a narrow victory over Johnny Haynes, which he really did enjoy when he eventually got over the line. So one of these two players, well, they can move on to 2 wins today. Something that they haven't been able to do so far in Group C. Already a better day for both of them. They are towards the tail end of the table, but looking to turn their fortunes around.
First leg, it's Glenn to throw first.
I just feel
Game
like
on.
this table's just got a little bit more interesting. Collie looking very comfortable at the top, but that 4-0 victory in the previous match for Billy Leonard, it was an emphatic win over Kevin Edwards, and it's just really moved things around. And perhaps one of these two sense that if they can try and get the perfect day, they may still be in contention.
Well, if Joe Hay wins his next 2 matches,
125.
in which he plays Kevin Edwards in the one after this, then he'd be a couple of points off of Kev, and Billy Leonard plays Reece Collie in the next one. In fact, whoever wins is going to win their next game. They are not out of it whatsoever. And if we're being realistic at the start of the day, we thought that their chances were very, very minimal.
140.
But credit goes where credit's due. And there was an encouraging enough display from Joe Haywood. He was 2-0 down against Johnny Haynes.
100.
Found a couple of 14 darts. Really rallied towards the tail end of that game against the Punk. If he can find something similar here, then
60.
he has every single chance of picking up his 3rd win in this group.
Yeah, and just a reminder, coming into today, Haywood and Bois were by far the biggest outsiders of the group.
180.
Haywood at 66 to 1, Bois at 100 to 1. It just goes to show that depending on how a results around you go,
140. Glenn, you
it's
require
not
61.
always over till it's over. Still a long way to go, though.
Hey, Scotland won a group from 100 to 1.
8 scored, yeah.
International Pairs Week. Something I like to bring up to Chris Murphy every so often.
Yes.
41.
I'm just glad Sheffield Wednesday
Joe, you
won another
require
game this
36.
season, because I was beginning to feel like I was personally targeted. As Haywood
Game
finds
shot
the
on the
double
first
18
leg.
target.
Joe Haywood.
Because prior to a win against West Bromwich Albion, their only league win this season was against Portsmouth.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
The Owls. Forget Owls, we've got Crocodiles tonight. Because Paul Hogan's going to be here in
41.
Group B. Not sure Crocodiles is something you see too often in Portsmouth. Maybe if you go to the aquarium.
140.
Can't say I've really ever thought about it too much.
I'll put it this way, we never went to school in Portsmouth and had one of those safety demonstrations on how to survive a crocodile attack.
60.
Although you did do a rather, I can't say good, but interesting crocodile impression last night.
22. $45.
Well, that opening leg from Joe Haywood to break the throw was found in 14 darts, but
83.
backing it up in leg 2.
$82. $77.
Yeah, tentative between these two, to say the least. And I do get I do wonder whether they both sense that although it's going to be very difficult to claim a top 2 spot, they've put themselves in a position
40.
where it is still a potential possibility.
$45. Glenn, you
And I just wonder whether both players, as well as a
139.
consequence of that, may feel a little bit of pressure for the first time in a while, because I imagine the last few games they played with an air of free roll about it, because
99.
maybe they thought their
Joe,
chance
you
had come and
require
gone.
128.
But they both know, because of the way results have gone today, if they win this, they are back in business. And so the shackles that are off may well feel back on again.
Yeah,
42.
absolutely.
Glenn, you require 40.
Glenn got his first victory over Haywood yesterday. They've come through Group A together. All 3 of those matches won by Haywood. But Dubois looking to level things up here at 1-0 and just
shot in the
squeezes it
second
in the
leg.
corner.
Glenn Dubois.
Break a piece, one apiece.
Third leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's usually either a sign that someone's so dialed in they forgot what happened, or someone's lost so much concentration they don't know what
97.
happened. All's well but ends well.
$60. $128.
Good use of the 18s for Dubois. Yeah, you want to get to a point in a match where you stop thinking about it, and I think that's probably, as you kind of suggested, that's what we saw in those opening 2 matches. But
134.
now it's Dubois who's starting to make his move. 18's coming in very handy the last couple of throws.
100. Glenn, you
Don't
require
go
142.
as you want. You got to find something else that works for you. Is this going to work out for Dubois? He's got 6 starts from here. Going to need that full quota to put himself 2-1-2 the goods.
90.
And he's going to come back for a single to double upon his return. Under what pressure? Sizable pressure, it seems.
180. Glenn, you require 52.
Tops for Dubois for a holder throw.
42. Joe, you require 61.
And that very timely 180 has left an opportunity here, but single 259 required. And it's tops now for Haywood.
21.
But tops
Glenn,
goes
you
a biggie.
require 10. Game shot
Dubois
on the third
finds
leg.
a double
Glenn
5 to turn a
Dubois.
1-0 deficit into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $60. $83.
Yeah, Dubois just seems to be playing himself into a little bit of form again.
Well, it kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier on today about Dubois being rather streaky. Yeah, there's a couple of legs where he looks $1 million, but the problem is he hasn't then been able to follow it up over a longer causal duration.
Yeah, even if you look at that opening match, I mean, the result is what counts at the end of the day. It was a 4-2 win, but it was a mid-70s average. So a performance that perhaps if he'd come up against a Reece Collie, then that would not have been enough.
100.
But this, a far better performance, averaging in excess of 88.
83.
To say there was times yesterday where he was quite comfortably playing around that kind of range, particularly towards the start of the session where he had a couple of really good performances.
Joe,
they just didn't yield results.
161.
Well, the difference is this time he's playing to that level and he's getting chances. He should get a dart here, at least a dart here at tops,
Glenn, you
to
require
open up a
80.
3-1 lead.
Yeah, you've just got to keep him straight. That is...
No
And he's
score.
bust his score.
Joe, you
Keep
require
him straight,
60.
and after that first one, keep them high. Quite often, well, I say quite often, you sometimes now see that in that position,
40.
players go across to the treble 12
Then
because
you
they are so
require
concerned
80.
now of busting on the treble 20.
Well, that was the right time to hit the treble. And that, the perfect time to find the double. Break found, and Dubois 3-1 to the good.
And actually, I have to say I like that
Fifth
from
leg, it's
Dubois,
Glenn
because
to
there
throw
are players
first.
that when they make that
Game
kind
on.
of mistake, they find it quite hard to just recompose themselves in such a short space of time, but very cleanly taken in the end.
60.
Players that split and go across to the 12. Bradley Brooks is a big believer in that, mainly because of the fact that his darts stand up to attention, so he has always got a difficulty in terms of catching.
140.
And secondly, he cannot stand double top. loves double 10. His favourite target on the board, but him and double top, they're a fruitless relationship.
I'm with him on that.
100.
We're now with Joe Haywood with it all to do.
81. 140.
And Bois making it very difficult.
$100. 99.
Maybe more of an argument to have used the 25 and board instead of switching to the bottom of the board.
140. Glenn, you
Haywood
require
making sure he does not
102.
find a third treble.
Yeah, that was ultra safe, wasn't it? But this to secure the points. Decided to persevere there with 82 remaining.
92.
And he's now left to sell 2 5s.
Joe, you
if
require 40.
Haywood doesn't convert this top to bring it back to 3-2.
If Haywood can find tops, it's a break back, and we are on throw once again, but it's one dart left at double 10.
20. Glenn, you
Opportunity
require
missed.
10.
And now opportunity knocks for Dubois for 4-1 win,
Game,
which
shot,
puts him back in
and the
contention.
match.
Still has a lot of
Glenn
work to
Dubois.
do, but he's not out of this race here, is the Belgian. Gets the better of Joe Haywood by 4 legs to 1 to give himself an outside hope for progressing through to tomorrow night's final. Decent performance, average just over 86.5, 4 from 10 in terms of his doubling. Reece Collie and Johnny Haynes follows next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Glenn de Bois get the better of Joe Haywood by 4 legs to 1. Game 6 is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Collie. And for Reese, if he is to win this match, he would be through to tomorrow night's final, because he would be on 14 points, 6 clear of Leonard and Edwards, and virtually it would be all
First leg,
but
it's Reese to
over
throw
in terms
first.
of
Game on.
everybody else's hopes of making it through. It would be 6 points clear with 6 points left to play.
140.
Yeah, Reese Collie got that opening win, 4 legs to 1 over Kevin Edwards, just to
60.
stretch his lead at the top of the table. Wasn't necessarily a vintage performance. It was a great start from Collie, but did
60.
more than enough to get across the line in the end.
$91.
When I say through, it'd be a virtually not guaranteed, because there is still a scenario where 3 players
100.
can get
Reese, you
on to
require
14 points
170.
in the group, but you'd get the sense he would be there if he gets through. If he gets through this game, shall I say.
105.
Well, he's in a good position to take the opening leg. And you have to say Johnny Haynes, especially at the start of his match,
Reese, you
was
require
far more
65.
improved from yesterday's performances, but again, just couldn't see it through.
45. Johnny, you require 102. $62. Reese, you require 20.
So double 10 for Collie to go 1-0 to the good.
Shot in the first leg. Reese Collie.
Absolutely no mistake whatsoever for the young man. I say young man, he's
Second leg, it's Johnny
he's closer
to
to
throw
the end of
first.
his 20s
Game
than
on.
the start of his 20s. In this modern era, he's over the hill.
140.
What's that make me? You have to answer this carefully now, Henry.
I'm going to plead the fifth.
45.
Don't blame me, mate.
I'm just going to say thank you for the very big box of
95.
biscuits.
Yeah, I might be taking them back in a minute if you're not
I
careful.
know.
58.
Yeah, well, we've got 2 bumper sessions, so we've got to keep our spirits up by way of biscuits here.
42.
Yeah, biscuits, Maltesers, other chocolates are available.
43.
Pretzels. And flasks of coffee. That's how we get through the days here.
84. 140. Johnny, you require 140.
Another one in there. Would have left. Double 10.
100.
But he sets up nicely. There's been no signs of
100.
panic
Johnny,
or
you
flustering
require
from
40.
Reese Collie.
No score.
Shake of the
Reese,
head
you
again
require
from Haynes. 3 well
115.
thrown darts, but to no avail.
77. Johnny, you require
Bit of-
40.
Bit of a scare. But how much of a scare is Johnny Haynes going to throw back at him? He
Game
finds
shot
a
in
double
the second
10
leg.
to
Johnny Haynes.
level the game back up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Reese to throw first.
Collie won't
Game
care
on.
about scorelines, because actually what he has done by winning a lot of games rather comprehensively at the beginning of the group, that he's got a healthy legs
58.
difference lead. So even if he wins it by the solitary leg, he's still going to be 10 clear with Billy Leonard in that particular scenario. Remember, the most amount of legs you can make up in a round's worth of
100.
fixtures on legs difference is 8.
59.
What Reese was doing so well yesterday, and he hasn't quite done it as well today, is that first start. When he was getting that first start,
60.
you could almost guarantee it's going to be a 180 or 140. You mentioned on several occasions those 2 treble visits from Collie. And that first start just falling low and forcing
96.
the switch.
$45.
Also be interesting to see how Reece Collie deals with 1 or 2 things not going his way as well, because everything so far has been routine. Hasn't had a match
58.
dart against him whatsoever throughout the course of this Group C campaign.
Yeah, you're right. You need to see how players do perform and produce when they are
140.
under pressure, because I can guarantee you going into tomorrow's final, that is a hotbed of pressure. It's a
100.
very short group
Johnny, you
stage,
require
but it
156.
pretty much feels like knockout darts from the start.
Certainly the way you got to treat it.
60.
Well,
Reece, you
the
require
little fish here
130.
to get his nose in front again. Bullet is
105.
just high of the mark.
Johnny, you require 96.
No little fish for Collie. But no 96 for Johnny Haynes.
68. Sorry, 88. Reece, you require 25.
So this to move himself halfway there. Double 8.
Game shot and the
mistake.
third leg. Reece
2-1 Collie. And it doesn't even feel as if he's got
Fourth
out of
leg, it's
fifth gear
Johnny to
yet.
throw first. Game on. $60.
Johnny Haynes doesn't have many campaigns here at the
55.
Super Series where he looks back and thinks what could have been. But I get the sense that when he gets back on the train up to Swindon later on this evening,
100.
he will pontificate as to what went wrong this week.
Yeah, there's an argument to say that he was mightily unlucky to
93.
find himself in Group C, losing out by just a solitary leg to Neil Duff. If it was the other way around, then he would have found himself in Group B. Perhaps that would have been more favourable.
36.
But ultimately, he just did not perform as well as he could yesterday. The damage was done from that very first Group C session.
140.
I can tell you now, Johnny Haynes will take no joy in playing these games because they're games that to him are irrelevant. I know there's prize money based on positioning, but he won't care a jot about that. It's about getting through or not getting through. The rest of it's a bit of an irrelevance for him.
177.
A beautiful 177 to follow the 140 for Reece Collie.
97. Reece, you require 36.
Down to a double after 12.
Game shot and
Yeah,
the
no
fourth
thoughts
leg.
of switching for
Reece
Reece
Collie.
Collie, and that's the reason why. And now he's one leg away from a 4-1 victory.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw first.
The darts
Game
in
on.
hand to wrap it up with consummate ease.
$40.
And it's looking more and more
60.
likely that Reece will be here in tomorrow's finals night. And we know that he quite often brings a little bit of a crowd with him.
60.
He likes to bring his own little bit of chaos to a Saturday night. I'm sure the Dudley Massive will be beginning to book their tickets.
100.
Going to be a fun evening. There's the QR code. Head over to the Darts World Store.
60.
That's going to be a busy place today because there's plenty of stuff happening there. We've got the Super Series tomorrow night. There's a plethora of exhibitions. In fact, 2 big nights worth of
100.
darts in Portsmouth this weekend. We've got the Super Series tomorrow night. There's a big exhibition event being ran by Modus on Sunday with
59.
world champion Luke Littler, one of the players on the bill. And actually, on the subject of those exhibitions, our very own Trina Gulliver was in action last night.
100.
gave Chris Dobie a bit of a fright. Averaged 95 and change, lost 4-2. Dobie missed the double for the 9 against her.
Yeah, she is playing very well
Johnny, you
indeed
require
at the moment, is our trainer.
141.
And Haynes, just like Chris Dobie, unable to take out the 1-4-1, but different circumstances.
100. Johnny, you
And it's
require
44 doesn't go. He might lose this game altogether.
Tops.
Game
The
shot
44
on the
does
fifth
go.
leg.
The game
Johnny
goes
Haynes.
on.
Back to 3-2 and back on throw once again.
Sixth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Armageddon night tonight in Leicester.
100.
The biggest UK exhibition of the year.
60.
I don't know how you feel about it, but sometimes because we've been involved in the sport for quite a while, you don't quite always appreciate just how big and how much
60.
it has grown. People that have never watched darts before or didn't know too much about it, they're now absolutely gripped. They're hooked.
100.
It's as busy as it's ever been.
And particularly on the exhibition circuit, where it's always been busy and there's been shows, but it's the grand scale of them now, where
100.
once upon a time it used to be you bring a professional into a local club or something like that and they play in front of 100 people and play a few people in the crowd. This event tonight in
43.
Leicester, you've got thousands upon thousands of people and you're seeing the best players in the world go head to head. You go out to Germany, they have galas where about 10,000 plus people attend.
125.
Yeah, darts really is booming at the moment.
58. Johnny, you require 116.
This is a good response from Johnny Haynes. He's looking to level things up. 116 needs the treble 20, finds it double 18.
Game shot and the sixth leg.
Yeah, very
Johnny
well
Haynes.
taken in the end for Johnny Haynes, who I did think for a slight second there he was going for a different double. His eyes kind
Seventh
of just
and
darted away
final
from the
leg.
double
It's
18.
Reece to throw first.
Ultimately,
Game
I
on.
did have to double check that I hadn't miscounted, which has happened before, once or twice.
Well, we go all the way. Johnny
45.
Haynes 12-3-1, level at 3-3 with his second and the session's second ton plus checkout.
Yeah, the second one to go
81.
4 legs to 3, and it's Johnny Haynes that was involved in the first one. That went the way of Joe Haywood. He'll be looking to turn things around here.
140. $26. $100.
Well, Haynes, it might well be a case of a stay of execution for him because
41.
Collie's rallied now as we head towards the final stages
58.
of this contest. 158. And plenty of time because Haynes is on 353. Even a maximum wouldn't have left him on a finish.
123. Reece, you require 158.
The 1, 2, 3 brings him back into the legs slightly, but it could all be academic. It's double 18 for
Game,
Reece Collie with a
shot,
158
and the match.
to deny
Reece Collie.
Johnny Haynes a victory today. Brilliant finishing in the end for Reece Collie, who adds another win, another 2 points to his tally. That there, the tail of the tape, culminating in that massive finish from the man from Dudley. And coming up next, Haywood takes on Edwards. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've seen the first 6 games played and mixed bag of results. It's been a good start to the day for Glenn Dubois, picking up the opening win, 4 legs to 2 over Billy Leonard, and then backing it up with a 4-1 victory over Joe Haywood. It seems like business as usual for Collie, winning his first game 4-1 over Kevin Edwards and then 4-3 over Johnny Haynes. A difficult day for Edwards, and it is all still to play for. Here we see the table. Collie sat at the top 14 points. He is clear of Leonard and Edwards, who are both on 8 points, separated by leg difference only. Glenn Dubois mentioned he's had a good day. He's now on 6 points. Haywood on 4, and Johnny Haynes still at the foot of the table. Just the one solitary win, and that came yesterday. Well, back to the darting action. And it's only a short break for Haywood, who's back on the oche, and this time he's taking on Kevin Edwards. As mentioned, Kevin Edwards, well, he came into this afternoon session. He was sat in second place. He was a couple of points clear of Billy Leonard, but Henry, it just hasn't quite clicked like it did yesterday for Kevin Edwards. He needs to turn things around, and he needs to do it soon.
And drastically around, because not just did he lose 4-0 to Billy Leonard, it was a performance way
First
below
leg, it's
par.
Joe to throw first.
And
game on.
Yes, he lost 4-1 to Collie, and yes, he missed 6 starts at a double, but he averaged around 84 and change, which, when you compare it to what Billy Leonard's been punching in, would have been enough, but it was a massive tail-off in performance. Joe Haywood today has been a better version of himself. Yes, he's only won 1 of his 2 matches, but he's averaging around mid-80s for the session. Okay, he's missed opportunities. That's granted. But if both players play to the kind of level that we've seen from the pair today, you would fancy Silky to be the victor in this game.
Kevin Edwards,
108.
he's had a little bit of a break, perhaps just time to address the issues that he's had this morning. Finds the first maximum.
45.
Should be worth noting as well, a win for Joe Haywood in this game would confirm Collie through to tomorrow night's final. Because Edwards would only be able to get to a maximum
59.
of 12 points. Dubois would only be able to get to a maximum of 12 points. Collie already on 14. That would be that for Chaos.
85.
What a nice position to be in this early on to a Friday session.
As much as you'd like to do it yourself, you wouldn't mind if somebody else does it for you.
It's just about
140.
qualifying through to Saturday.
Doesn't matter how, as long as you've got your name under the position Q.
78. Kevin, you require 68.
That's left Haywood on 169. The mind's gone a blank for a second, and it's afforded Edwards 6 here from the 68 to get himself up and running.
44.
Level 12 doesn't quite go.
$99. Kevin, you require 24.
Should be able to use that as a guide.
No score.
Therein, for me,
Joe, you
has
require
lied a bit of the
70.
issue today. That finishing from Kevin.
36 left, double 18.
34 scored and 36 left.
And that's what the referee's there for.
52.
Just moving on the inside.
Kevin, you require 24.
Edwards has already missed 4 darts at this target to win leg
Game
1.
shot
Isn't
on the
going to
first
miss
leg.
a 5th.
Kevin Edwards.
Break accrued, 1-0 Edwards.
Yeah, and perhaps for Edwards, obviously, as we said, he came in such
Second
a strong
leg, it's
position
Kevin to throw first.
into this
Game on.
afternoon session that perhaps just getting a couple of decent legs on the board, maybe picking up that win, that'll settle him down and he can forge
58.
ahead off the back of it.
Well, winning breeds confidence, as we've been mentioning throughout the course of the day.
140.
And we are here all day. Literally here all day. We're on air till 6 o'clock, and then little bit of time for a bit of scran, and then we're going to be
140.
back from 10 p.m. this evening to bring you the culmination of Group B.
Yeah, that an interesting group where everyone is still very much in play.
100.
Even Carl Wilkinson, who picked up just the one win, and that coming right at the end of the night, is not out of the shouting whatsoever. If anything, I think those three players on the bottom of the table wouldn't
40.
mind if Neil Duff and Paul Ho could kind of detach themselves, and then they can kind of play for them in the other matches against those other players who look like they're going to be playing for third place in that group.
85.
Yeah, no final spot for third place in Group C, though. It's all about number one, number
137.
two. And that was a massive visit from Edwards, a necessary visit.
$43. Kevin, you require 126.
Treble for the bull. Bull for 2-0.
101. Joe,
Decent
you require
attempt, but unable to find the
133.
target. Haywood took out a 137 yesterday. He's not going to find a 133 here.
81. Kevin, you require 25.
No, and a chance for a hold here for Kevin Edwards. Just about finds the single 9, but no
Aim
issue with the
shot
double
on
8.
the second leg. Kevin Edwards.
This match, it was one that Kevin Edwards won yesterday. Won it 4-0.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
And he's halfway towards doing something similar here. Should also be worth noting as well,
68.
because of the margin of defeat against Billy Leonard, he now finds himself trailing the Cramlington man in that particular department. If he can win this 4-0, then he would be back to within a leg
100.
of Billy Leonard in that particular department. Leonard takes on Reece Collie in the next game, who can dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of his qualification through to tomorrow night's finals.
100. $97.
Rescues the throw with the treble 19 with the last start in hand.
100.
Yeah, that's a better first start.
100.
Finds a ton just to ask the question of Joe, who's looking to set things up here from the 2-3-3.
$100.
You know, I think in that position I'd have been tempted to swap, but I think maybe that's personal preference. I just find a 1-3-4 feels more attainable than a 1-3-3.
100.
We saw yesterday that with the 137 he
Joe,
went
you require
triple 19 tops could have
133.
done something similar with the 134. However, that could well be just an academic thought.
Yeah, last time from this position it was treble 11 the target. This is a different MO.
93. Kevin, you require
double
24.
12 again. Does not like that one bit.
Game
Just
shot
manages
in the
to
third
nestle
leg.
it into
Kevin
the bottom
Edwards.
corner. And Kevin Edwards 3-0 to the good. 2 breaks, both found by hitting double 12.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And now, importantly, with the darts in his hand, to win this game to 0 and to erode pretty much
140.
the big deficit he had in terms of legs difference to Billy Leonard. They'd both find themselves training Reece Collie. Kevin Edwards will jump above him on 10.
46.
Leonard, that is, anyway. And Billy would take on Reece Collie in the next.
And now I just wonder if Edwards is starting to find his range. That's the third maximum
180.
of this match. But I don't know if you saw that graphic that came up, but leg by leg has got better as well. 19, 17, 14.
83.
And he should be down to a handy finish after just 9 darts thrown.
Feels like the flatliner's on the rise.
100.
Getting better leg after leg, and this could well be the best of a lot. Potential 11 darter. He gets this mopped up in 2, but
40.
he can get this
Kevin,
done
you
in a
require
couple
81.
of visits if he so wants to.
Double 12.
Game.
Double 12
shot.
pinned once
And the
again.
match.
It's a raise of the arms,
Kevin
a shake of the head,
Edwards.
but it's an 11 darter to seal a 4-0 victory over Joe Haywood. It was a much needed win for Kevin Edwards and a really solid performance in the end. Just over 98.5, 4 from 10 on the outer ring and 3 180s. A really solid performance.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Kevin Edwards with an average of 98.5 get the better of Joe Haywood by 4 legs to 0. Next up for us, we're going to see Reece Collie and Billy Leonard go head-to-head. A win here for Collie would see him qualify for tomorrow night's final. And a chance to pick up a second weekly win here. Almost 3 years after his first. It's been a while between drinks for the Dudley man. But he is hoping that this week is going to be a golden week. Up against Billy Leonard, for whom if he loses this, he'll find himself 2 points behind Kevin Edwards with
First leg, it's
2
Billy
games
to
left
first.
to play.
Game on.
Which virtually means he is going to have to win both his games and hope for some favours somewhere along the line. But Reece Collie, from pretty much first dart onwards, Laura, has just been on a different level to the others in this group.
He's played well. He's possibly had to survive a little bit more today in terms of
81.
Last leg decider against Johnny Haynes. It was quite straightforward in his first with the 4-1 win over Kev Edwards. But I agree. Just the consistency that we saw yesterday, he's brought that majoritively into today.
83.
And I suppose the questions will then be, how much of a contender is he to go on and win the week when we get to Saturday night showpiece?
140.
He did pick up the Isle of Man
25.
Masters title
161.
The Villa Marina back in March. So he has got relevant winning form recently. Just haven't seen it here for a little while.
Yeah, and as he was saying to us, the fact that he's been heading to ADC tournaments, playing in vaults, picking up wins, that has just bred a little bit more confidence in him. He's been able to really focus on his game and improving, and these are the results that we're seeing. And it's a 15 dart breaker throw for Reece Collie in the first.
Just looks so unflustered.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
Just taking everything in his stride.
Yeah, and he had to win from a different position against Johnny Haynes.
43.
Something that we haven't seen. He hasn't been involved in any real drama, any last leg decider. So to be able to be on the back foot slightly and still
96.
come through, I think that's what you want to have happen when you're a dart player. You do want to be tested slightly.
And I suppose it battle hardens you 58. As well, doesn't it?
Yeah, ultimately, if you can go and breeze through and win everything 4-0, that's brilliant. That's great. But if you do come through a more taxing match and you're the right end of the result, then yeah, it does just make you realise, okay, even when it's not all going my way, I can still produce.
140.
Because one thing's for a fact, now Reece Collie should make it through from this position. If he doesn't, then something scary
140.
But he'll know going into tomorrow night that he will be testing in ways he hasn't done in this group C, and he's going to have his
45.
resolve tested a little bit.
Billy, you require 125.
There's a rarefied slip into the single 5. It was a mainstay feature of his previous campaign here,
45.
but something that has seldom happened this time around.
Billy Leonard has responded very well indeed. A couple of 140s in this leg and a chance
70. Billy, you require 80.
80 required. Make sure that first dart is straight. And so often when it's come to those finishing or the setting up from Billy Leonard, the single number is not found.
Yes. 62. 28. Reece, you require 145.
Well, this would be some way to back up the break of the previous leg. Went down for the 45 first, just wide in terms of picking it off.
45. Billy, you require 52.
Well, he's left himself a ton. But here's he going to get a look at it.
12.
This is the answer.
Reece, you require
And after that really
100.
strong start from Billy Leonard in this leg, the setup play just hasn't been on point, and this is a real chance for Collie, and he is not messing around.
Reece Collie.
Well, 2 for 2 on the doubles, and 2 of the last 3 legs he's won have been taken out with 3 bigger checks. It was the 158 to get the better of Johnny Haynes, and then the ton there to
125.
put up a 2-0 lead. Both players with 2 darts and a double. Collie taking both of them.
46.
Just a poise and a focus where sometimes in the past you see moments like that, and Reece may give it the big one, and sometimes that was to his detriment.
Although it will be interesting
140.
when he is here on Saturday. Well, as we say, he's pretty much already there, but
83.
if he has got his supporters in the crowd, sometimes that dynamic, that can add a different element.
Well, we saw Charlie Manby last year, didn't we? Where it was the definition of coolness and calmness during the week, but you put him on a stage on a Saturday, he was a different beast.
45.
I mean, Charlie Manby was somebody who
99.
decided to get grilled to grill pretty much at Conan Whitehead. Now, that is a very brave man.
64. Reese, you require 76.
Another break opportunity for Reese Collie, and not happy with that first start.
71, mate, yeah.
He doesn't want to overthink it. First time we've seen a real reaction, but what a recovery.
Game shot.
What a recovery
on the third
indeed.
leg. Reese Collie.
Yeah, this is really good. 3 from 3 on the doubles, 3-0 to the goods, and Reese Collie is 1 leg away from
Fourth leg, it's Reese to throw
confirming his
first.
place
Game on.
into tomorrow night's final. It has been businesslike right from the very get-go. If anything, chaos has been the last thing that
100.
he's exuded in this group.
No, might need to change his nickname to Calm.
I'm sure there's a
57.
certain app that might try and take him to the copyright cleaners for that.
100.
Other apps that help aid your sleep are available.
125.
Back to back to back tons for Leonard, who's battling to stay in the match because
59.
he did so much good with that 4-0 win over Kevin Edwards, and now he's staring a 4-0 defeat in the face at the hands of Reese Collie and doing all that hard work that he's done.
Reese, you require 160.
To get it 1-4-0 and to send himself through a bit of a fanfare, not to be this time. And so Leonard coming back, looking at 71 to
40.
keep his
Billy, you
faint
require
chances
71.
afloat.
Oh, 16.
55.
Both
Reese, you
darts
require
quite wide of
120.
the double.
To send himself through to tomorrow night's final. Double top for Reese Collie. But this is precariously awkward. There is so much in the way.
80. Billy, you require
Qualification
16.
dart missed.
Will he get another go?
12.
He will indeed.
Reese, you require 40.
He's been the best player in this group by some considerable distance. And
Game,
Reese
shot,
Collie
and the
qualifies
match.
at a
Reese Collie.
canter. He beats Billy Leonard by 4 legs to 0 to qualify through to Saturday night, putting right the wrongs of last time when he was here. And he's 2 games away, 2 wins away from completing this group without dropping a match. This is how he did it. Average just under 86, 4 from 6 in terms of his doubling. Coming up next, we're going to see Johnny Haynes take on Glenn Dubois. Reece Collie is into tomorrow night's final. He got the better of Billy Leonard by 4-0 to seal his place through to Saturday. This was how he did it. 16 points to his name, 8 wins out of 8. So he is through to tomorrow night. Next up, Johnny Haynes and Glenn Dubois go head to head. This is game number 9 of our session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, Glenn can still qualify, as you can see there. Win on this particular matchup against the Punk would see him move on to 8 points, couple behind Kevin Edwards, who has shown signs of vulnerability. And incredibly, Johnny Haynes, who for dart was thrown yesterday, was the 13-10 favourite to win this group, now finds himself at the bottom of the pile.
But Johnny Haynes still could have a role to play in how this table looks come the end of the afternoon session, because he'll got a few more games left to play here, playing Dubois, and he's also got Billy Leonard.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw
Kevin
first.
Edwards
Game on.
in his sights. So Johnny Haynes will be disappointed
30.
that Group C has not gone better for him, but he'll still be out to get those wins.
You want to get some wins and you want to go home and forget anything happened the last couple of
83.
days. Like a blow of the mind.
140.
As I mentioned, in recent
81.
times, this is a rare campaign for Johnny Haynes, which has not gone to plan. ADC Global Championship runner-up at the beginning of the year.
121.
Had a good campaign at the Senior League. The first week back in 2026. Had a decent campaign in his previous
62.
series. He didn't win through the Champions Week, but again was knocking on the door. But this, just a bit of a bump in the road for the Swindonian.
100.
But being from Swindon, you should be used to 1 or 2 bumps in the road.
.47. Johnny require
Johnny Haynes has definitely put in some
110.
better performances today, but still has not resulted in any wins. But tops for a 110. Check
70.
out how many times have we seen that dart land on the top wire of the double 20.
55.
It's almost like he's aiming for that
Johnny, you
top
require
wire and it
40.
just clips above it.
Game
No issue
shot
about
in
that.
The first leg.
That's
Johnny
the perfect
Haynes.
dart for Johnny Haynes and the perfect start to boot.
Second leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's an
140.
uphill task, but still can mathematically qualify through to tomorrow night's final. However, defeat in this game
60.
would virtually put it by the by. Could still technically qualify because he can still get on to 10 points. But it'd be a long way back if he was to lose. If he wins it,
100.
he generally has every single chance. But you then have to rely on favours elsewhere for that to be worth any
43.
weight.
Yeah,
91.
Dubois here looking to do something he has not managed to do so far this week. And that's going to win over Johnny Haynes.
140. Glenn, you require 170.
4 matches come and gone. And the Punk has won them all.
59.
Maxi for Haynes leads himself on 78, falls in the 111 of Dubois to go. Triple 17 for tops. Well, I've not seen that before.
53. Johnny, you require 78.
Lord, could you try and find any kind of logical explanation for what just happened there?
Nope. Seen it a few times this week, and that is one of the elements that we've mentioned
40.
that needs a bit of attention.
Glenn, you
The
require
board management,
58.
the routes taken.
Game shot in the
Well,
second
that
leg. Glenn
Mine's
Dubois.
far more orthodox in terms of the route taken for the finish, and done so very cleanly
Third leg,
indeed.
it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of madness leading to the correct result.
Yeah, but that normally comes from you. It's not up there on the hockey.
59.
Exactly. Embrace the madness.
$140.
I see, judging by the silence, you're not embracing the madness.
No, I do quite enjoy it every so often. It's just I know that we're in for, you know,
140.
quite a long day. 2 sessions of darts.
And you're more worried about the fact that our desk is loaded with
100.
E-numbers.
There's a lot of sugar on this table right now.
$140.
Well, that 140 leaves Johnny Haynes on 162. Dubois, by hitting a couple of troubles, doesn't have to worry about any mathematics.
140. $100. Glenn, you
Haynes
require
just manages to squeeze one in
121.
between those 2 darts. But he may not get the chance to come back. 61 left. That leaves the ball. And like that, he's just checking
96.
that his math is right, and
Johnny,
it
you
is.
require 62.
The bullseye miss. Now 54 to lead
Game
double
shot
4
in the
is
third
the MO
leg.
for Johnny
Johnny
Haynes
Haynes.
and executed to perfection. 14 darter to lead 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, been a good contest so far between these two. You can see the averages there, just in excess of 97.5 for Johnny Haynes, and yeah, not too shabby as well for
125.
Dubois.
Yeah, it's one of his better performances of this group, Dubois.
96.
As I say, could still qualify through if he loses this game, but the likelihood is very, very slim.
45.
Haynes possibly hanging on to the fact that this is the only player that he's picked up a win against in Group C.
45.
But, yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again, that Dubois has been a player that has just grown in confidence as the week has gone on, and it seems to be culminating in what could be a very good day indeed for the
26.
Belgian.
Irrespective of what happens, he's going to come away from this with plenty to take.
100.
As I mentioned earlier, qualified by right, won ticket through the ADC European Tour. I wonder what the goals will be for Glenn for the remainder of 2026. Would it possibly be
83.
trying to qualify for the Global Championship, perhaps extended field, expanded to 128 this year?
140.
Yeah, the players that walk through the Live Lounge doors, all in different stages of their career, all with different aspirations. The one thing you
58.
generally tend to find is they
Johnny, you
all
require
want to come back once they've had a taste of
120.
it up on the stage.
Tots are 120.
Game
And
shot
that is
on the
Johnny
fourth
Haynes'
leg.
third
Johnny
ton
Haynes.
topper of the day, and he climbs the ladder to climb into a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
15 data from Johnny Haynes.
I mean, oh, what
43.
Johnny's like. He'll probably look at this performance and think, well, where was this yesterday afternoon? Where was this at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, they are some of the frustrations you have to deal with as
100.
dart players. And as we've mentioned before, this is such a unique tournament in sometimes you can have a very good day at a
100.
dart tournament. You could win the event, but very rarely do you come back and you're still playing in the same event. And with the Modus Super Series, the way that it's set up, yeah, this is
43.
a continuation day after day. It's not all about what happens on Monday.
Whereas another tournament, you lose the first game, you're heading back to the hotel room or to an airport.
85. $100.
Well, Johnny Haynes' case, a train.
$100.
Well, players do travel here through planes, trains and automobiles. I'm not sure there's a player that literally lives in walking distance from here, though.
134.
Hesitation there from Johnny Haynes. 113 left, 56 required after finding treble 19.
133.
Well set up,
Glenn,
and
you
all the
require
pressure now over to
124.
Bois, who is fighting to get more points on the board. It's 64 left, should be 14. It is. Hits the ball for a 1-2-4.
75.
Too
Johnny, you
high,
require
too wide,
40.
and that should be the end of it, because Johnny Haynes looks at tops,
Game,
free in
shot,
hand, he only
and
needs
the
the one.
match. Johnny
and that
Haynes.
was Johnny Haynes' best performance of this group, only his second win. Average just under 97.5, 4 from 6 on his doubles, a 120 checkout to boot. He wins by 4 legs to 1.
He needs the bullseye.
Oh my word!
How has he done that? Tops. What a start.
From 3-0 down, he now has 2 darts. Only needs 1.
Double 4. And it's Scarborough supremacy here at the Modus Super Series, and that's how much it means to Graham Usher.
And this time it is taken. Richie McKee of Northern Ireland.
He could be stopped.
That's how.
Oh, that's a big break. That's a big finish.
Because he's already hit the big fish once tonight.
So this is what we have got when week 3 comes into town, and it is Wizardry in motion as Simon Whitlock and Colin Osborne featuring Group B. Group A sees Henry Coates, the Rising Stars winner, in action, as well as Bradley van der Velde, former World Youth Champion of the Lakeside in the past, and former weekly winner Richard McKee is in Group C. So, game 10 of our session sees Billy Leonard and Joe Haywood go head-to-head. For Leonard, a win here would put him on to 10 points level, with Kevin Edwards ahead of his match against Johnny Haynes in the next. For Haywood, because of that win for Johnny before the break, he now finds himself to the foot of this Group C table. So we've got 2 more rounds worth of fixtures to go on this Friday afternoon. The first of 2 sessions that we are broadcasting live across the Pluto TV network. We know Reece Collie's through. He confirmed that in the previous round with a
First leg, it's Billy to throw
commanding
first.
4-0 win over
Game
that
on.
man in your picture who's about to throw here, Billy Leonard, who has to pick himself up off the canvas somewhat.
92.
Yeah, he does. Played very well in this fixture yesterday, winning 4 legs to 1 over Haywood. But Billy Leonard was quite explicit in that he thought there were
45.
key matches today that would see how far he could progress. In fairness, the one he picked out was that one against Kevin Edwards, which was his second match, which he did win, and he won emphatically. He won 4 legs to 0, but around those matches, they were defeats.
60. $42. $30.
Well, a quiet, tentative opening to this
28.
encounter.
Yeah, bit of a grimace from Billy Leonard after only finding 28 points. I think he can sense this is an opportunity because Haywood,
140.
up to that point, hadn't found a big treble.
$60.
What will be so frustrating for Billy is he did the hard work in getting the better of Kevin Edwards to put himself in a decent position. Then underperformed against Reece Collie. What he does want to do here
26.
is lose this one against Joe Haywood and feel like he is completely and utterly blown what was a decent opening for himself.
87. $77. Billy, you require 92.
Double 16. Double 8.
76.
Can't convert the 92.
Joe, you require 123.
Is this leg going to be as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Joe Haywood?
98.
Or the 25
Billy, you require
skimmed.
16. Game shot and the first leg.
Finds double
Billy
four,
Leonard.
third dart in hand.
Second leg,
It
it's
was a really
Joe to
strong
throw
start, wasn't it,
first.
from Billy
Game on.
Leonard yesterday? But I would put in an argument today hasn't been quite so convincing. Maybe there is a bit too much thought going into
100.
the games that are upcoming, and just a couple of slips along the way hasn't quite reproduced the levels.
And the frustrating
63.
thing is actually results elsewhere have gone his way.
$60. $60.
Yeah, Billy Leonard will have one more game left to come after this. That'll be against Johnny Haynes, who found his best performance in the previous
66.
match to defeat Glenn Dubois. As for Haywood, well, he faces the man of the moment in Reese Collie.
140.
Yeah, that'll round off the campaign.
100.
Well, this isn't a game that's going to go into the MSS archives.
98.
But Billy Leonard won't care about quality for as long as he prevails. And we've got to this stage of the week where actually performances is probably surpassed to requirements, just about getting the job done.
Billy, you require 140.
Yeah, and a bit of a mistake
40.
there from
Joe, you
Joe
require
Haywood, who
39.
seemingly picked out the single 16.
Double 16
7.
is not there, and so
Billy, you
Leonard has a
require
chance
100.
to double his advantage. Does he stay there or go tops tops? Decided to persevere like the live dart one.
60. Joe, you require 32.
Tidies it up, but this for parity at 1-all.
Two eights.
24.
Not there.
Billy, you require 40. Game shot and the second leg. Billy Leonard.
Doubling his lead with a cleanly taken tops. I do wonder,
Third
Joe
leg, it's Billy
Haywood,
to
he
throw
has managed to pick up
first.
at least a
Game
win
on.
every single day this week, but I wonder if there's been a time where he has had to play 5 consecutive days of darts. And
100.
being in Group C, coming from Group A as opposed to going into Group B, it's a lot of darts as well.
Well, it takes its toll on even the most experienced of campaigners, let alone someone like Joe, as you say. It's
42.
the first time he's played here. Whether we don't know whether this is a common thing where he's played this much this weekly. We're assuming
97.
If you're the players that go in, start in Group A and then find yourself in Group C after 3 days of play, then it's 25 games of darts.
100.
To put it into context, we've heard professional players play on the PDC Pro Tour moan about the fact they've had to play 5 days consecutively. And for most of them, it's their full-time occupation, their full-time job.
98. $60. $100.
Haywood once again just finding himself adrift of his opponent.
60. Billy, you require 106.
106 for 3-0 lead and to put himself one away. It's double top.
66.
Clips the wire, has time on his side.
He hesitated.
95. Billy, you require 40.
Double 10.
20.
Unable to find.
Joe, you require 144.
Well, the 144 isn't going to get got, so Leonard will return for double 10 to put himself 3-0 to the good and to put himself one away.
Billy, you
For
require
a win,
20.
which would mean that him and Kevin Edwards would be conjoined at the hip in this
Game
group.
shot and the third leg. Billy Leonard.
In fact, Billy Leonard gets
Fourth
the
leg,
jump
it's Joe
of
to throw first. Game
Kevin
on.
Edwards by way of legs 1. Both on 10 points plus 5. Leonard 24 legs 1 compared to the 22 of Kevin Edwards.
26.
Yeah, I guess the only thing that is going more in the favour of Kevin Edwards will be the fact that he's still
85.
got 2 games to go. So he can potentially put another 4 points on his table. But where Kevin Edwards produced not just the best game for him that day, but the best game all round with that 4-0 win over Haywood. Johnny Haynes was also looking very good in his last match. And that's the next encounter on the stage.
81.
Yeah, that will be an intriguing contest.
$100. $95. $140.
Solid 2 treble visit from Joe Haywood.
100.
And a decent
Joe, you
enough
require
response from
149.
Billy Leonard. Both down to 140 plus finishes after a dozen darts.
Yes.
69 remaining.
91. Billy, you require 140.
Will return for 58 to get himself on the board. He's missed 6 darts at a double in this game.
60.
Joe Haywood.
Joe, you require 58.
Yeah, he cannot afford to miss many more.
38.
That double trouble
Billy, you require 80.
keeps on continuing for Haywood, and Billy Leonard now looking at double 10 for the
Game,
match,
shot,
and it is a
and the match.
4-0 victory
Leonard.
for Billy Leonard, who keeps his hopes alive for qualification through to Saturday. There's a case of missed opportunity for Joe Haywood. You can see 0 from 8 on the outer ring, proved costly in the end. But we have a very intriguing lineup next, as Kevin Edwards will be taking on Johnny Haynes. Welcome back. It's game number 11, and we've just seen Billy Leonard win 4-0 over Joe Haywood to help his chances. But we turn our attention back over to Kevin Edwards, who is another player who is vying for that one place that is left open through to Champions Night. We know Collie, he is already safe. He's already through. And it feels very much like this is now between Edwards and Leonard to see who will be joining him. An intriguing match that up to the last match, I wouldn't be able to tell you particularly what to expect, because neither of these players have had the best start to the afternoon. However, on Johnny Haynes' last outing, he won 4-1 over Bois, his best performance of Group C. And as for Edwards, it was a 4-0 defeat over Joe Haywood, but just over a 98.5 average. It was very good indeed. So I guess this is a bit of a expect the unexpected. It could be
First
explosive,
leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
It could be a little bit flat. Who knows what to expect?
There's a possibility this might be the best game we see today or the worst game we're going to see today. And I suppose we're going to have to carry on watching to find out which side of the divide it's going to be.
Well, questions have been asked of Kevin Edwards all day, and it was his last match where he really did find a solid reply, a solid response. It was an important win for him. Billy Leonard's just joined him on equal points, so there is nothing between them on the table, but the advantage Edwards has is he's got a couple of games left, including this one.
50. $94.
Well, 144 left after 9 for Kev. Looking to routinely hang on to his throat.
Kevin, you require 144.
Well, it looks like it's the flatliner who has been able to ascertain the high levels in leg 1 of this contest.
120.
And it was that double 12 which served them so well. Hit it 3 times en route to that 4-0 win over Joe Haywood in his previous game.
97. Kevin, you require 24. No score.
Can't find it this time of asking, but Johnny Haynes way back.
98. Kevin, you require 24.
Johnny Haynes is on a finish if double 12 doesn't go for Kevin Edwards.
Game short in the first leg.
But
Kevin
it
Edwards.
does go eventually. Edwards with the first leg on the board. And yeah, we were saying in that last match, weren't we, with Kevin Edwards, it got better and better as the match went along. It was almost like you could see Kevin Edwards grow in confidence. I think it went something along the lines of 19, 15, 14, finishing off with an 11 darter.
Do you think also there's a sense of urgency now, and maybe because of it, it's given a bit of a jolt into life?
Yeah, there are certain players, aren't there, when their back's against the wall, they seem to be able to just
66.
produce some of their best stuff. But there are others that the pressure is just a little bit too much. You try a little bit too hard, you've got tension in the arm, and things just don't go to plan. And I just wonder 41. If we're seeing a little bit of both sides of that from Kevin Edwards. It was a very shaky start indeed, but say definitely bounced back in his last one.
Give us a player's perspective, because you've been in these situations in this building. When you're in the position Kevin's in, at the beginning of the day, he was a very handy one, and all of a sudden you're precariously looking 99. Over the shoulders. How easy is it to panic, and then how quickly do you have to try and snap yourself out of it?
Oh, it's difficult. It is really tough.
140.
I think I went in from a Group B. I might have even been top of Group B after the first day, and then the next day I lost 3 of my first 4 matches. It came down to a match between me and Trina Gulliver to see which one of us would go through.
And yet, requires 60.
Panic sets in, and you just kind of you just try and block everything out, but there 50. Is a lot of noise when you come to these kind of formats.
Kevin, you require
if I win this leg here, that puts me through. And that's what you've got to try and overcome.
Difficult game that. 10 more titles between the two of you.
Thank you, Henry.
55. Johnny,
Yeah,
you
Trina's
require
record at Lakeside is a
10.
little bit better than yours.
I think anyone's record's a bit better than mine.
Game shot.
Johnny Haynes levels up at one apiece. Johnny himself has played at Lakeside. It's an experience you'll probably want to forget. Won his first match, then lost
Third
in
leg,
the
it's
second
Kevin
round
throw
to a
first. Game on.
certain Brian Roman, then WDF World #1. He would get through to the
125.
quarterfinals of that tournament. Yeah, it didn't quite happen for Johnny at
81.
that tournament. It was actually one of 2 last chance saloon qualifiers for that particular tournament. The other one beat Martin Adams, ruined the whole tournament by winning that first game.
85. 81.
Player being Jared Cole, the last ever player to beat Martin Adams and the last player to play Martin Adams at the Lakeside.
100.
Wolfie came away with just a solitary leg in that match and then spent the rest of the week in the Commons box.
81. 133.
Oh, that's good stuff. Coming from Kevin Edwards once again to try and just edge in front.
98. Kevin, you require 58.
To get his nose in front again. Double top required for Kevin Edwards.
Game
Double
shot
top
on the
got
third
14
leg.
data.
Kevin Edwards.
Bit more like it, averaging 96 and change. 2-1 up after 3.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on. $60.
A nod of acceptance at the back for Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, I think he just wants to
68.
go home. He'll try, but I just, you can explain better than anybody. In those situations, you fulfill the fixtures, but you don't really want to be up
100.
on that stage because you know your fate's been sealed.
Yeah, it is difficult to find that level of motivation, isn't it? When you know that regardless of whether you win all your games 4-0, it's not going to affect the end
100.
result. But no, there's definitely there's a point of professional pride when you're up there. You still want to go up. You know that you can still be. I don't want to say a
100.
spoiler, but you can change how the lay of the land lies.
I'll never forget a game between Tavis Dudney and
85.
Conor Heenahan here in a Group C. Now, Tavis had nothing to play for. He took on Conor Heenahan, who needed to win
60.
that game to go through. Conor missed, it must have been about a dozen match darts. Tavis himself missed a bucket load.
60.
And Dudney eventually found, I think it was 5-5 or something like that in the end. That meant nothing to him, but it crushed Conor Heenahan because his
60.
unblemished record in terms of making it through to finals night came to a shuddering end on that occasion.
I mean, and that's another thing. We talk about these records that players have about qualifying through to Saturday night. And when you are a player that has done it time and time again, it's another thing that you're thinking
48.
about.
Johnny, you require 121.
Because as we know, dart players like to talk about what they've done and what they've achieved.
That's why I don't talk about my
57.
darts.
Kevin, you require
You've won
140.
8 WDF titles. You're a Six Nations champion. Stop being so modest.
45. Johnny, you require 64.
Tops for 2 apiece.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Johnny Haynes.
Johnny Haynes making things difficult for Kev Edwards.
Fifth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Chalking the darts up. Hoping it's going to talk the darts up.
60.
here, players to try and use a few different things just to help with any grip issues.
140.
Seems to have done the trick for Johnny Haynes.
$121.
As you can see, fresh batch of chalk.
100.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of putting chalk on. I actually find it makes it less grippy. I don't know. It's horses for courses at the end of the day, but you've seen players there utilise wax.
45.
There's, I think Connor Scott showed me this kind of tube of something that you put on your fingers.
Where's a player that's not going to leave a stone
140.
unturned? It's going to be Connor Scott. There's 24 hours in a day, and he practices for 25 of them.
105. Johnny, you require 100.
I promise you, we're not electing a new pope. That's just how Johnny Haynes' darts go into the board. Bullseye. And he has to go for it.
96.
He's unable to get it.
Kevin, you require 170.
Another for the big fish.
122. Johnny, you require 25.
17, double four. Anything to leave this target.
23.
For that, nor twos correlate.
Kevin, you require 48.
To edge in
Game
front once
shot on the
again.
fifth
48
leg.
converted
Kevin
by
Edwards.
Kevin Edwards.
3-2 to the good.
Sixth leg, it's Johnny
And
to
for
throw
Kev,
first.
it's another chalk on
Game
the board.
140. 134. 123.
Barely anything separating them in the scoreline. Barely anything separating them in the averages. It's a real
100.
battle between the two.
But about is the last thing Kevin Edwards wants right now. Now, leg difference is not saying I don't think he'll worry about too much. It's very tight between him and Billy Leonard.
134.
Just about getting the 2 points.
Yeah, and depending on how this match finishes and how the rest of the afternoon progresses, it could come right the way down to the very last match of
Johnny,
the session,
you require 104.
which was the Glenn Bois take on Kev Edwards.
The fact he plays the last game of the session, Kevin Edwards, means that he will get the maximum
56.
amount of information,
Kevin,
and
you
that could
require
be
170.
very important as Edwards looks to finish off with a fishy fanfare.
No big splash, no big fish.
134.
But
Johnny,
once
you
again,
require 48.
setup play very good, but it's Haynes back up to tops
28.
and cannot level it up.
Kevin, you require 36.
So double 18 to wrap this up 4-2 and to put himself in control of the race for second place going into the last round of matches.
Game.
Squeezes into the corner
match.
and Kevin
Kevin
Edwards will have a
Edwards.
2-point lead going into the final round of games. He gets the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2. He has got his destiny in his own hands. He may not even have to beat Glenn Bois in the final match of the session. He beats Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2.
you know you've got to play well every time. So because we're all doing it, I think it just brings each other's levels up.
It was really special, and it was, I think it was my dad's words. He literally said to me, he rang me in the morning, and he was like, right, make sure you win your first title.
We always say darts is all about timing and taking your opportunities, and I thought, you know, if anything happens, I'm not able to ever come back here and play on the stage, I want to take full advantage, and just that night it all clicked.
I always said when you go to the line, you always shoot the first thing that pops in your head, and that's what I was thinking at the time.
All for the match.
Game! Shot!
A global champion is completely different. You are the champion of the world. I remember saying, you mean the world to me, baby.
Everyone who wins the series can play darts, and yeah, it's cool to be in there.
Every episode of Champions Talk is available on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV.
Game 12 is a meeting between Rhys Collie and Glenn Dubois. Before the break, Kevin Edwards beat Johnny Haynes 4-2 to keep his hopes of qualifying through to Saturday night's final alive. He's on to 12 points. He's in control of his destiny. He may not even have to win his last game against Glenn to qualify through to finals night. For Rhys Collie, he's very safe in the knowledge that he will be playing darts here tomorrow evening. But he's got another objective in mind. He's won all 8 of his games
First leg,
in this
Rhys
group.
To throw first. Game
He's
on.
2 wins away from joining the fabled Group C 20-point club.
40.
And from first start up until this point, he has been the standout player. For Glenn Dubois, there's been some decent performances in there, but it's also felt at times when he's played his best stuff, other players have been able to raise their level at the same time.
I agree.
58.
I think we've seen some excellent darts from Dubois. Just hasn't always translated into wins, but today by far has
60.
been his best day on the Oki. And for the debutant, he'll be looking to try and
85.
get a win or 2 out of his last couple of games. He's got Rhys Collie, and he's got that last match, hasn't he, against Kevin Edwards, which, depending on how
100.
Billy Leonard gets on against Johnny Haynes in the next, it could be all important.
100.
Well, for Glenn Dubois, he's not going to provide a twist to the tail because that win for Kevin Edwards ended any hopes that he had of qualifying through to finals night. So he's just going to be fulfilling his
125.
quota of games to see out the week, but he has a chance here to take out this 160. This would be a moment for the personal highlight reel.
100.
Just underneath the
Rhys,
tops.
you require 93.
Solid effort from Dubois. But it's double 16 for the
Game
93
shot on the
to
first
dash
leg.
the hopes of
Rhys
Dubois.
Collie.
Absolute quality that. Dubois misses top to the 160.
Second leg, it's Glenn
and
to
he's
throw
duly
first.
punished with that
Game on.
93 check of Rhys Collie.
Kind of goes back to what you just mentioned, the fact that people have had big moments, big matches against Dubois.
100.
It's very difficult to feel it when you're on the stage. However, when he comes back from this experience, the fact that players are
83.
raising their game against him has to be a sign of respect as to his ability and what he is capable of doing.
80.
Yeah, you've got 2 options, I guess. You can take it as a bit of a compliment, or you can start taking it a bit personally after a while.
60.
Take it as a bit of both, and that might well be the perfect way to improve yourself.
Yeah, as for Rhys Collie now, this is probably a different
41.
feeling to what he's been used to his last few outings here at the Super Series, because he's won this group and he's won it at a canter. And ultimately now he still needs to keep his focus. he will have just that carrot dangling that he could go through Group C and not lose a single game. And I think that will now be where the motivation turns to.
Now, I might be asking the wrong person here because you make a habit of leaving things to the last minute when you qualify. So what are these games like for Reece Collie when you know you're through? That adrenaline might be out the system a little bit, but you're trying to keep that good form going.
It may surprise you to learn that the first time I got through to finals night, I did that with a little bit of time to spare, bringing the Rainwind Stanley through with me as well. Yeah, you're still in the moment. You still want to win everything when you go up there. And you kind of want to finish on a high because recency bias, that is the last thing you tend to think of. So if you can come through something and you can just finish off your session with a win, then all the better.
98. Reece, you require 100.
Well, Collie's already taken out the ton today. He's also had a 158. He's now looking at tops. He's found the first.
80.
Just low with the second. Well
Glenn,
thrown
you
dart.
require 56.
Taken a slight deflection off the barrel.
Tops.
16. Reece, you require 20.
Oh, that's up a double 5.
No score.
Well, that's way off the mark.
Glenn, you require 40.
The first all squiffy dart we've seen from Reece Collie this week.
Game
well, that was
shot and the
spiffing
second
from the
leg.
Belgian.
Glenn
One
Dubois.
apiece.
Third leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on. $140. $180.
The first max of the match going the way of the Belgian.
$45.
I wonder what next. Okay, don't look at me like that.
Why would you say it?
100.
Why, Henry? Well, what was next is a ton. It's still a steady score to back up the max.
85.
I saw signs. But not encouraging signs for Glenn Dubois.
100.
Well, for Reece, it's a performance that's kind of masked what we've seen from him so far this week.
69.
Dubois back for 84
Glenn, you
to
require 84.
get the break and lead 2-1.
Now this time he does have options because Reece Collie has not left a finish, but
37.
this time he opts to go for the bullseye.
A 134.
Well,
Glenn, you require
that
47.
leaves him on a double. What has Dubois got up his sleeve here?
Game
Shots
shot
found
in the third
2-1,
leg.
and for the
Glenn
first time,
Dubois.
Reece Collie finds himself in a spot of bother.
Fourth leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
And I'm sure once we get to this point of the week, Reece Collie's thinking, can I go 10 from 10? Can I complete the card on 2 consecutive days?
100.
Well, all the signs up to this point have been positive, but Dubois,
140.
he is producing, once again, one of his better games.
$43.
Reece Collie's Group C campaign. That will conclude in the penultimate match against Joe Haywood.
100. $26.
Well, that's the last thing Dubois would have wanted. Got the break, put himself in a position potentially to further his advantage, and he's handed the initiative back to Collie, who can find the break back and to bring us back to an equilibrionic point once more.
100.
Now, what I don't want to see from Reece at this point is any real negativity in the body language, because he has played so well up to this point.
55.
And these games, they won't dictate the fact that he will still finish top of the table.
Well, he is the single and triple fives are beginning just to creep in a little bit here for Reece. Might be academic in this leg if he can find treble 17 and ball, not to beat.
57. Glenn, you require 92.
So Dubois, 72 left, has got options. He's going to have a look at treble 12 to leave double 18, going 36-36 that way.
Make sure to be nowhere near that treble 20, and he really wasn't
Reece,
this time.
64.
He did bust 60 previously.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
So
Reece
clean.
Collie.
So clean from Reece Collie. Second pop finish.
Fifth leg, it's Reece to throw
and
first.
The back level
Game
at 2
on.
apiece.
$45. $100. $57.
And you can see there from the slight reaction from Reece Collie that he's still wanting to win everything. I do think now the focus is, as we suggested,
81.
about having 2 days in Group C without dropping a single match.
And I think in some senses, in Reece's position, you've got something like that to play for. It does make keeping that intensity for those final couple of matches once you qualified a little bit easier than, say, you go through normal circuits having dropped a match. You just feel like you're kind of playing the last couple of games one of the mill to a certain extent.
And to me, it depends on the type of player that you are, because there are players that when the pressure is off and they don't have, they can play with this freedom that sees them produce even better results and averages and finishes, whereas others, they thrive under the pressure.
67.
And I get the sense that Reece is one of the latter. Plays his best when the adrenaline really is pumping.
99.
Well, he's
Glenn,
left
you
himself
require
on 68 if Dubois cannot find the 108. 88 left. We'll stay there. Couldn't find a way over the top. And so Collie here to turn a 2-1 deficit into a 3-2 lead.
Reece, you require 68.
Double 16 to do exactly that.
36.
Never felt comfortable in the hand.
Glenn, you require 48.
I never found the intended target.
Game shot on the
Dubois,
fifth leg.
no
Glenn
issue with the
Dubois.
intended target. And once again, Reece Collie in this match is on the back
Sixth leg,
foot.
it's
He's
Glenn
been
to throw
broken.
first. Game on.
And it's Dubois who's finding more consistently those bigger visits, including that 180, which could be doubled here.
140.
Can make an argument. It's probably the first time so far this week that Collie's actually been outscored in a game. He's been the aggressor. But this time, he is the chaser.
180.
And it's maximum number 2 for Dubois, for Reece Collie to try and chase down.
180.
Anything you can do, Powell, I can do just as well. This is the closest Collie has come to defeat in this group. He did go all the way against Johnny Haynes, but Johnny never had an opportunity to put him away.
84.
Dubois could have a dart on the ball to do that.
He hasn't had to survive any match darts. Dubois with a chance here. 104, so over to the 18s. He's not going to get a match start. And we saw
40.
Reece Collie earlier on in the match.
97.
Pin a 93. Looking to add 97.
Well, that's not going to be added to the
57.
eclectic mix. And so
Glenn, you
Bois
require 84.
to inflict a first defeat upon Reece Collie in this group. 79 left. Working through his options. And this is where the mathematics can sometimes cause a bomb, but he finds the treble 19. And it's double 11 to inflict a first defeat upon Reece Collie in this group. And he only needed the one dart to get the better of Reece Collie, who isn't going to go through this group unblemished. Glenn Dubois gets a marquee victory. 4-2 the scoreline. Coming up next, Johnny Haynes against Billy Leonard at the beginning of the final round of fixtures. Before the break, Glenn Dubois became the first player to beat Reece Collie by 4 legs to 2. It means that Collie will not go through the group unblemished. So, he's through. Kevin Edwards is the player in the other qualifying spot going into the final round's worth of play, and the only player that can catch him is Billy Leonard. However, if he loses this next game to Johnny Haynes, he would be out of it. If Leonard wins, he will leapfrog Kevin Edwards going into his match against Glenn Dubois at the end of the day. So that is how the situation looks in terms of this Group C table as we head into the final couple of rounds worth of, well, final round of matches, final couple of games that we're going to see on this Friday afternoon. So for Billy Leonard, it is all or nothing. Win this game, he has to hope. Loses it, he is out. And how many times do we say this on a Friday afternoon? A player like Johnny Haynes, who cannot qualify, has an opportunity to ruin somebody else's week. Because that is exactly what he'll do if he beats Billy Leonard here.
Yeah, I don't think players go up there with the intention of ruining someone's week, but ultimately that can be the outcome. Johnny Haynes, it's probably been a Group C campaign to forget.
99.
Has had a better day today. But ultimately for him, he's come in as favourite yesterday afternoon. He just hasn't been able to produce the standards to back that up.
100.
But he could be finishing with a flourish.
Had that average of 97 and change against Glenn DeBar a couple of matches ago. And if he finds anything like that, actually, when you consider the way that Billy's played today, it probably will be more than enough because
94.
There hasn't been too much for the Cramlington man to write home about. Average of 77 in his first, average of 79
100.
in a 4-0 win in his second.
128.
75 in a 4-0 defeat in his third, and a 75 again against Joe Haywood last time out. So Johnny finds anywhere near the 54. Kind of levels we kind of expect of him. He should win this and win it at a canter.
Well, he's positioned himself nicely after 74. Just 12 darts. 20 for tops. He's clipped this wire so many times.
54. Billy, you require 105.
And he clips it again. Leonard 105. Triple 15. Would have left him his bestowed
39.
tops.
Johnny, you require 20.
So 2 10s to Haynes.
Game
no mistake whatsoever.
16
Haynes. Dart to the punk, 1-0 to the goods.
Second leg, it's Billy to throw first. Game on. $100. $140.
Johnny Haynes looking to make things difficult for Billy Leonard.
30. $85.
Well, so far playing out how we thought it could potentially. Johnny played to 55. A decent level. Billy, he's sticking to type that low to high 70s range, which at this level, if we're going to be brutally honest, it just isn't going to cut
100.
Not in this kind of company. Now, we know he has got levels higher than that. He has showcased that in the past, but it's just not come to effect this afternoon.
140.
No, and in fairness, some of those performances have still led on to be wins, and
60.
That's all you can ask of a player is to get the win.
$95. Johnny, you require 116.
So 116 here for Haynes to double his lead to 2-0. Triple 20 leads double 18. But unable to get on this occasion. Leonard may just 60. Get a dart at the board, but he should
Billy,
get a poke at something
81.
to square this game back up at 1 apiece.
Triple 12 found, so double 30.
Shot
it's taken well by Billy Leonard. Levels things up, parity at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Billy could also do it in this game by a margin. In fact, no, actually, the victory doesn't really matter, does it? Because of the points total.
81.
Carried away himself there, but if he can impose himself with a big win, it does pile it on Kevin Edwards against Glenn Dubois.
Yeah, Kevin Edwards, all he really needs to focus about is just getting the points, getting the win
22.
over Dubois in that last match, depending on how this result goes.
85. 45.
Billy Leonard playing in that ADC area, which is synonymous with quality darters over in the northeast. Played in tournaments
41.
alongside the likes of a Ryan Branley, who has done very good things in this building.
Yeah, knocking on the door of a
55.
weekly title is Branley. Yeah, we've seen in the last few years a conveyor belt of talent really come from that part of the world.
83.
Really burgeoning, that's for sure. But there's a big Modus exhibition tonight in Middlesbrough.
140.
Featuring the likes of Luke Humphreys, Gary Anderson, Robert Thornton, Carl Coleman, another young prospect, Jack Howarth.
99. Billy, you require 40.
Well, this for a break, a throw.
Game shot and the third leg. Billy
An
Leonard.
important break for Billy Leonard. If he can build on this, go within one of the match, then that big scoreline that you've been mentioning, Henry, could be on the cards.
Fourth leg, it's Billy to throw first.
And it was
Game on.
after Johnny Haynes, it looked like it got off to such a positive start in the game as well.
100.
But although I've said that this has been an improved day for Johnny Haynes, I mean, he got such a solid start in his opening match against Haywood and had
81.
to survive a lot of match starts before Haywood eventually got across the line, but started strongly, then just dropped off. And there is no drop off, no let up from Leonard.
No, if anything, he is just beginning to motor now.
100.
Finding a purple patch at the right time. Finding his best performance when it matters the most.
140.
And this is such a good leg.
Yeah, and I've had messages to say, you know, how well Billy is playing up in and around the area that he's from. Perhaps he just hasn't been in that position to quite demonstrate it. But as you say, this could be his best performance.
57.
Couple of darts come and go, but he has got time on his side.
.42. Billy, you require 24.
So double 12 it is to put Billy Leonard 3-1 up.
Game shot and the fourth leg. Billy Leonard.
To force Kevin Edwards to beat Glenn Dubois in the last
Fifth
game.
leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
And at this point, this is all Billy Leonard can do. It is a horrible position to be in,
81.
knowing that even if you do get a win, and it's a comprehensive win, and even your best win of the day, it's still not entirely in your hands.
58.
However, that would have been the desired start against the darts for Billy. Now, he has got the insurance policy, should he need it. He won't want it, but it's there anyway, that he can serve the match out in the next leg if we get that far.
100.
When you're in a race to 4 and you're sat there at 3-1, there is an air of comfort
45.
that starts to enter the game. Yes, you've still got work to do. Yes, you're embroiled in a battle, but you feel comfortable. When that lead starts to slowly disappear, then that's when panic can set in.
$100.
Johnny Haynes first down to a finish. Billy Leonard looking to join him.
58. Johnny, you require 135.
135 to move it back to 3-2. Treble 20 for the bullseye. Bullseye! But not a
90.
brilliant bullseye for Johnny. And this
Billy, you
could be
require
that.
160.
Another. Just drifts to the
90.
left.
Johnny, you require 45.
And so this to force Leonard to serve it out.
Game shot.
Top is found, and Billy Leonard will
Johnny
be forced to do the hard work here.
A penny
Sixth
for
leg,
the
it's Billy to
thoughts
throw
of
first.
Billy
Game
Leonard. He's still in a strong position, but when your opponent just brings it back within 1, you just start overthinking things.
And this is a brand new position for Billy. As we mentioned, he's still very new at this level. Saw him at the
100.
ADC Global Championship. We saw signs of some decent stuff. Didn't quite go to plan in his first Super Series week.
60.
And although we've not seen his top game on this Friday, he's put himself in a position where he could qualify for Saturday night for the very
43.
first time in his career.
No, it'd be interesting to see how, if he does manage to make it through, he gets on, because he did say he likes playing with noise. He doesn't like
100.
the silent atmosphere as much because he's so used to playing with music blaring in the background, as a lot of players are at amateur level.
100.
Yeah, a lot of local events. You want to have a little bit of music as a accompanying atmosphere, and I suppose it is strange if you're not used to,
58.
particularly someone like Billy who's not really dabbled much in Challenge Tour and things like that. If you're not used to playing in an environment where it is dead silent, that is very difficult to customize to
98.
or become accustomed to.
Yeah, we've seen players here that have just taken a while to adjust to how it is here.
Is it harder to adjust to silence than it is to noise?
100. Johnny, you require 160.
No, I quite like playing in this atmosphere. Sometimes noise can actually be a bit more, I personally find it can be a bit more distracting depending on
100.
it's the individual
Billy, you
noises, the
require
individual
83.
voices that stand out.
Well, this to force Kevin Edwards to beat Glenn Dubois. 2 match darts, a double 16.
51.
Grazes the wire. Grazes the barrel and goes the wrong
Johnny,
side
you
of the
require
wire.
60.
Haynes poised to punish, and it's back at the top of the board.
Game
He
shot
uses
from the
that
sixth
guide
leg.
perfectly,
Johnny
and
Haynes.
Johnny Haynes levels it up. We go the distance.
Was
Seventh
3-1
and
down, Johnny
final leg.
Haynes.
It's Johnny to throw
and
first.
has pegged it back
Game
all
on.
the way. Billy Leonard has missed 2 darts
59.
to win this game. And remember, if he loses this leg, then Kevin Edwards would qualify through to tomorrow night's final. The last 2 games, as a result,
140.
would both be dead rubber matches.
Yeah, Billy Leonard at the back of the stage there couldn't even watch when Johnny Haynes took out that 60 finish.
How are you feeling at the Shank House, everyone? I'm sure
60.
they are living on a diet of fingernails.
Yeah, it's edgy. Just the one solitary point between them. Billy Leonard needs to try and find a way,
100.
not just to stick with Johnny Haynes, but to pull away from him.
Well, they might feel a little bit better now, the publicans in Cramlington, because their man has hit a max to leave him on 1-2-1 after 9.
100.
Well,
Billy, you
it
require
looks like we are going
121.
all the way down to the finish. Treble 17, unable to get, and so Johnny Haynes has a shot here to eliminate him.
49. Johnny, you require 102.
Johnny Haynes was 3 legs to 1 down. He's not going to convert the 102 for a 3rd consecutive leg yet.
94.
Tidies it up nicely, and
Billy,
it's
you require
back over to
72.
Billy Leonard.
A dart which would be cheered as much in the northeast as it will be if he hits. Here in Portsmouth
32.
for the double top go to Beckett, and that could be
Johnny, you require
the last
8.
dart that Billy Leonard throws this week, because Johnny Hayes, to
Game,
send him
shot.
out,
And the
finds
match.
his beloved
Johnny
double
Haynes.
4, and that means that Kevin Edwards has qualified through to tomorrow night's final. His game against Glenn Dubois will be a dead rubber, and he can begin to look ahead to Saturday night. For Billy Leonard, that is the end of the road, courtesy of a 4-3 defeat to Johnny Haynes. And that means Kevin Edwards has qualified through to tomorrow night's final. Congratulations to him. Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky, and Burnett steps up, and Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in my life. Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands.
You can join us each and every Saturday night. Tickets are on sale for the whole of Series 14, plus the double start week, which comes at the end of it. Head over to the dartsworldstore.com if you want to ascertain your tickets for any week, any time, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just a little note, if you do want to get your diary in advance, that the Champions Week Champions Night is on Saturday the 25th of July. Tickets are still on sale for it, but judging by the attendances the last couple of times, they do sell out quickly. So if you do want to be here for the big one, I would recommend getting onto the website now and getting your tickets for it, because they do sell like hotcakes, let me tell you. So, game 14 sees Reece Collie and Joe Haywood go head-to-head. Now, Collie has won this particular group, winning 8 of his 9 matches. He's looking to win week 2. This is what's on offer in week 3, where we're going to see a couple of wizards in action. Simon Whitlock and Colin Osborne. Adam Smith-Nill is going to be returning. Richard McKee is also going to be amongst the mix. Aidan Kirk, Henry Coates and Graham Usher also in there. So that's going to be live tomorrow, live from Monday mornings, 9:30 Group A session. Should be an intriguing week. And we've got an intriguing crescendo to this week as well, because we've got Group C coming to an end this afternoon. Group B will culminate tonight. It's Paul Hogan that leads the way as far as that particular table is concerned. He won 4 from 4 on Thursday. Him and Neil Duff, seemingly alongside Simon Stevenson, they're the ones that kind of stood out last night, didn't they?
They did indeed, yeah, absolutely. But there is still all to play for everyone in Group B. Carl Wilkinson probably had the rough end of the sword as it started off, but managed to pick up a win, and it could be an important win in the end. But for me, it's all about what Paul Hogan does, and then you've got those two really close behind. Simon Stevenson, who went in as a favourite, but we know, based on this group alone, that just because you're favourite, you still have to back it up on the hockey. Well, there you see the Group C table. Reece Collie in gold at the top. Kevin Edwards is also qualified through because Billy Leonard lost that last leg decider against Johnny Haynes. We still do have a couple more games to go. Haywood will be taking on Reece Collie, and Bois will be taking on Kevin Edwards in the very last match.
Yeah, so we know that that's a dead rubber. This game, when it does get underway, is going to be a dead rubber as well. Reece Collie just looking to get himself into some kind of form guide going into it. But you look at the week as a whole, we've seen Group B, we've spoken about that. You've got Steve West also, who usually we spend half the time when he's here talking about Steve West. Now he's won Group A. I feel like we've hardly spoken about him for a couple of days.
But that's because we've done it so often over so many years, I reckon. No, I'm only joking. Steve West, he said by his own rights that he is a player that sometimes struggles to get going. Well, I was here on Monday morning and he was exceptional right from the very start. Another player that really did win by a bit of a canter.
Well, let's have a look at what happened last Saturday as the first player through to Champions Week 14 was confirmed.
Well, he gets over the line in the air. Good bridge. 2-2. There it is. We have a game on our hands. But why waste any time? Not when you can do that. for Huntley.
Taken.
Taken.
Shot of the match, Michael Huntley.
Splits. Well, that makes things awkward.
Game shot of the match,
what a find that is.
Game shot
The
of the
winner
match,
is
Martin Turner.
'18. Tops.
Game
And
shot of the
Michael
match,
Huntley
Michael Huntley.
has fired himself into his first. Because Dudbridge has 2 more match starts and he only needs 1. Tension palpable. Come on. Wild. He's done it! And finally, Michael Huntley is a Super Series winner.
Series 14, week 1. It's babyface Michael Huntley.
Well, that was what happened last week. We will be back with some more live darts in a second, but this is what's coming up once we've finished. We've got the documentary, George Noble, the final call. That's coming up once we're done, and then Group B gets underway from 10 o'clock tonight. Paul Hogan in action there. Reece Collie, we know he's through to finals night tomorrow. We'll see him action from 7:30. Colin Osborne will be in the field for week 3. Apologies for this slight interruption to your afternoon's darting action here at the live lounge. Joe Haywood against Reece Collie. Game 14 of the session will get underway shortly. Now, Laura Turner's with me in the commentary box to look ahead to our final couple of matches and to discuss what we've seen this afternoon. And in terms of the way Reece Collie's playing, and I know he did lose his last game against Glenn Dubois a few moments ago, how happy will he be just with the overall consistency with the way that he's been able to go about his business in this group?
Ultimately, I think he will be more than happy. He's qualified. It's been a pretty no-nonsense campaign, very business-like. Did see a couple of signs of frustration creeping in that previous game against Dubois, but still average in excess of 85. He was 2 from 7 from the outer ring. 93 check out to boot as well. He won't be happy that he lost, but I think if he can pick up a win here, then if you told Reece or any player in the field that they were going to win comfortably and get 9 games out of 10 under their belt, they'd be more than happy.
Absolutely. And I was fed through this stat by our resident statistician here at the Live Lounge. No player who has won all 10 games in a Group C campaign has then gone on to win their respective week. So maybe that one defeat for Reece Collie could spark as somewhat of an omen for him going into tomorrow's play. But first we want to beat Joe Haywood here. For Joe, he's looking to round off his first week here of a win, and he'll be hoping that serves for more moving forward.
Well, they're all smiles and having a chat away on the stage as they're just having their final few warm-up darts, all under the watchful eye of the referee, Mr. Nick Rolls, here for another double session of darting delights. We will be here as well from 10 o'clock this evening.
Indeed we are. In for the long call, which is why we've got all sorts of E-numbers sat in front of us here on our salubrious comms box desk.
So I just said to you, I need to hit the gym after doing a couple of days here.
I wonder why my stomach is more
First leg,
rotund
it's
these
Joe to
days.
throw
Anyway,
first.
Joe Haywood
Game
to
on.
get us underway in game 14. And he'll look to leave with some kind of full stop.
45.
Something which he can come away and say, do you know what? It may not have gone to plan in terms of results, but I can be happy with the
85.
performances that I put in.
Yeah, and there have been some very good performances as well. Plenty
140.
to build upon.
100. 60.
Yeah, you mentioned the campaign so far of Reece Collie, and
86.
I think what kind of stands out to me is the fact that, yes, he's picked up a title in the Isle of Man. He came here not long after winning that title, felt like he was in a good vein of form, but just had a few
49.
issues with the straightness of the darts. And he's taken some real major steps to try and combat that.
140.
And you can only applaud it because it's worked to such a degree.
90 left after 12 for Chaos to get that opening leg break on the board.
26. Reece, you require 90.
So this to get itself on the board. 83 left, so treble 17. Would have afforded him a dart at double 16, but he is going to come back, and when he does return, we'll have 3 in hand a double 18.
85. Reece, you require 36. Game shot on the first leg.
I don't recall ever seeing
Reece
a time where Reece Collie has opted to split in a situation. There are a lot of players that double 9, 2 darts in hand.
Second leg
Johnny
is
Haynes is
Reece to
probably
throw
one that stands
first.
out. It would be
Game
10
on.
for double 4, for example. Jeff Smith won a championship week going that route.
Yes, a very profitable
83.
split for Jess Smith.
Did we ever locate that dart that he seemed to launch into space after he won?
Rumour is that the Artemis mission were trying to find it and they had no joy.
140.
Yeah, just orbited up in the air, never to be seen again. Mind you, a player did
180.
literally lose a dart after winning a week here. Adam Warner. Now, we found his dart about 6 weeks later.
100.
So, he tossed the dart away after winning the week in celebration, lost it to the back of the stage. And where it was where the score screen is. There's a little light box there where you've got the lights which kind of show up at the back of the stage. Well, it got lost behind that. Now, to get through there, you
41.
kind of got to blind yourself.
Reece, you require 138.
Arguably, it was possibly shot of the week
98.
to try and get your dart into that kind of location.
And with that prize money, he went to Q School, got a tour card, and he's been a Pro Tour player ever since.
100. Reece, you require 40.
It's a 2-0.
Game shot and the
15
second leg.
darter.
Reece Collie.
Reece Collie just keeps carrying on.
Reece
Third leg,
racing
it's Joe to
towards
throw
the
first.
finish line
Game
once
on.
again. This was their first match yesterday afternoon, a match that Reece Collie won 4 legs to 1. One of his best performances of the whole of Group C. Included that magnificent 11 darter to see off Haywood.
91. 100. 60.
Well, Collie leaving himself on 350, which means he's in a position where he could take the leg out in 6 darts. It's the maximum conversion to win a leg in 6 because the 180 will leave himself on the 170. He's unable to oblige, but
57.
Haywood's here. Opportunity to half the arrears.
Yes, and one of those newish targets in darts, isn't it? We always talk about the 180 hitting, we talk about the big fish, but the 350 in 6 is another one that has
50.
become, quite synonymous with here, I think.
Yeah, I blame a certain P. Nicholson for this.
99.
It's a very
Joe,
much
you
a
require
him thing
130.
that he's adapted and adopted, and it's just cottoned on. Just like his trap door.
92.
On double free. There's many other things Paul Nicholson has said and suggested. They haven't quite got past the cutting board.
40. Joe, you require 38.
Well, Haywood will opt to switch. And it's 2 in hand, double 16, the target. That's awkward. The way his darts lie, we've seen that a few times for Haywood. Has to try and lift it over the top
Reece,
and not
you
quite
require
enough on it.
154.
154 is not got. And so Haywood returning here, 32
104. Joe,
reduce
you
the gap in
require
half.
32.
Double 8.
Game shot and the third leg.
Round.
Joe Haywood.
By Joe Haywood. Just chalks up 1 on the board.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to
I've seen
throw
that a few
first.
times from Joe. I
Game
think
on.
he's never quite sure whether he's throwing first or not. He's very eager to get back up to the oche.
140.
Eager Beaver. For Collie, it's been a damn good campaign for him.
83.
He'll be looking to get his teeth stuck into tomorrow night.
131.
Wasn't that a dog in the Dandy Nasher?
It was. It was Dennis the Menace's dog.
81.
I guess you're more of a Horrid Henry era.
I am.
I know.
The irony was, I was probably more perfect Peter.
55.
Oh, I got that all the time at school. Stop being Horrid Henry.
58.
Literally, they could have gone with any other name beginning with H.
53.
And then I used to get called Moody Margaret a lot. Some things don't change.
100. Reece, you
When I
require
mentioned this to start with, this is not where I thought the conversation would end up going. Double 7 for a 1-2-2, wrong side. And
115.
we know Reece Collie, he'll always go for the double when he has a dart in hand, but that's just made it a wee bit awkward.
137.
Well, this to go
Reece, you
too
require
clear and to
7.
put himself in a leg of a 9th win out of
Game
10.
shot and the fourth leg.
It's just
Reece
regulation. It's just pure regulation for Reece Collie.
Fifth leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. A 134. 54.
Well, it could be a case of Champione Collie come the end of Saturday night. That's what he'd be hoping to be once again.
82.
He's going to have to get the better Wonderful West. We know he's going to be there.
100.
We know Kevin Edwards is going to be there. In fact, the first game tomorrow night will be a meeting between Steve West and Kevin Edwards.
45.
Yes, if you do top Group A, then you have the privilege of starting all of finals night's action.
45.
Yeah, you are the ceremonial first dart.
$80. 73. Joe, you require 160.
Looking for a showstopper and can't start off the combination finish.
31.
Well, it's that dreaded 129 that we spoke about yesterday.
59. Joe, you require 129.
And now cannot complete the finish. Look what
97.
Reece Collie
Reece,
is
you
on.
require 170.
Well, this would have been some way to have completed what has been a
96.
very good Group C campaign.
Joe, you require
for
32.
Reece Collie. But the champagne may well be on ice for another leg. Because it's double 4 for Haywood.
28.
Just on the inside.
Reece, you require 74.
And this for the match. Double 16, double 8 for a 4-1
Game,
win. And it
shot,
is Reece
and the
Collie
match.
that is
Reece
victorious. Seals his campaign with a win. It's 9 wins out of 10 matches for Reece Collie, who cements his place at the top of the table. And we will be seeing him back here tomorrow at finals night. One more game to go, and Glenn Dubois back in action against Kevin Edwards.
Our final game is Glenn Dubois against Kevin Edwards. Kev safe in the knowledge that he has qualified through to tomorrow night's final up against the Belgian, who is finishing off his weekly campaign here and looking to finish off his weekly campaign with a win. Laura Turner with me here in the commentary box on this Friday afternoon. Now, it's been a bit of a helter-skelter day for Kevin Evans. I think that's fair to say, but I think he'd be more relieved than anything else he's got the job done.
I think, to say the least, it was a tentative start from Kevin Edwards, who was on the wrong end of a 4-1 loss at the hands of Collie, but played some decent stuff in that match. Don't think panic would have set in then.
To throw first. Game on.
Faced his closest rival in Billy Leonard and lost 4 legs to 0 with a sub-70 average, which was just way off what we'd seen from Kevin Edwards.
85.
But he bounced back. He came back strong. Best performance of the day, a 98.5 average. Just set the tone for the rest of the day, and he has just built on that since then. Now he's got the luxury of knowing he's definitely through. There's no pressure on this game. There could have been, and perhaps we can see the best of Kevin Edwards.
Well, it's been a
66.
range of 33 from highest to lowest average for Kevin Edwards, which is probably in keeping with what he was telling us yesterday about the fact he feels like he is consistently inconsistent right now.
135.
But he must be feeling good, safe in the knowledge that he'll be returning to finals night.
81.
Will find himself in a group with Steve West.
And whoever the second placed player
170
in Group D later on tonight is going to be.
And what a leg from Kevin Edwards. Potential 10 darter.
99. Kevin, you require
We've seen an
16.
11 darter in this group.
No
He's bust the score, and Bois left himself on 170
Glenn, you
here.
require 170.
Yeah, full credit to Bois, who's just managed to hang on to the coattails of Edwards. Another one in there. Combination no longer on.
100. Kevin, you require 16.
Well, he survived a bit of a scare, but
Game
eventually the
shot
double
on
eight
the first
goes
leg.
for Team
Kevin
Dart Breaker
Edwards.
throw. Kevin Edwards finds himself 1-0 to the good.
Yeah, we saw the 180, the 170
Second
there
leg,
from
it's
Edwards,
Kevin
but it
to
just
throw
wasn't at the
first.
end
Game
of
on.
a leg. But very impressive start.
A 135. $95.
And if this is the kind of levels that we can expect from Kevin Edwards when the pressure is off, if he can translate this into tomorrow night, then he is really going to be a threat for the title. 2 legs in, second 180.
43.
Oh, we saw that purple patch towards the middle of the afternoon, and this shows no sign of stopping here.
100.
And Bois is basically playing the role of pacemaker in this game. As a perpetual guide for Kevin Edwards as he comes to and from the
Kevin,
board.
you require 86.
For a 10 in the previous leg, he's not going to get it done in 11. Could get it done in 15, possibly even 18 if he wants.
54.
Yeah, the way he's playing, though, he'll want to be done sooner.
$59. Kevin, you require 32.
So this is for 2-0.
Game shot
back
in the
to back
second
13s.
Kevin Edwards.
And so you don't need me to tell you that his average is 115.62.
Third leg, it's Glenn to throw first. Game on.
Just in case you need a confirmation, there it is on your screen.
140.
And Bois just, at this point, not able to live with the power scoring from Kevin Edwards.
100.
Yeah, that moment where you hit a ton and your average comes down.
55.
I don't know what that's like.
Me neither, Henry.
Usually I hit a 60 and my average goes up.
100.
Aren't you? You wouldn't expect anything less from ADC
81.
South Eastern London's 2000 something or another best player.
100.
3 straight tons for Kevin Edwards. Dubois trying to leave a finish.
36.
But a couple of wild darts at the end of that throw.
Could well see some red pennage.
105.
We're not going to because he plays it sensibly. The 25 leaves him on a 2-darter.
$43. Kevin, you require 96.
Well, for another sub-5 visit leg. Double 18 for a 96 checkout.
Game shot and the third leg.
And that
Kevin
there,
Edwards.
a 15 dart leg to back up the initial 2 13 darters. This is a good
Fourth leg,
performance.
it's Kevin
What
to
a way
throw
to try and
first.
sign
Game
off.
on.
And some way to potentially leave a bit of a statement going into tomorrow night. If after the first couple of games we sensed a sign
60.
of vulnerability about Kevin Edwards, well, the response has quite literally been world class. 90.5 average against Joe Haywood, backed up with a 19 change average against Johnny Haynes, and here averaging 106.5 after 3 legs.
$100. $41.
Yeah, I was just going back through the scores, and other than 1 point of setup play, the 60 that Kevin Edwards has hit in this leg is the first time he's gone trebleless. Can't really count the ones where a double is involved.
Yeah, I think that's called being pedantic,
95.
isn't it? So this has been some display. And how often do we say, leave with a statement?
180.
Well, oh, hello. He's certainly leaving with a statement, all right. Go on, nearly caught us napping, Laura.
No, we were the full focus of attention. We always are, Henners.
99. Kevin, you require 101.
Well, 6 darts from here to get it wrapped up. 96 remaining. So treble 20 for double 18. Not to be on this occasion.
45.
Rare slip, but Dubois on a bogey number once again. But so much for Dubois to take back, and it's a good visit, but it could
Kevin,
be
you
all
require
academic.
56.
Well, this has been some performance from Kevin Edwards, and it could come to a close by
Game,
pinning
shot,
double top.
and the match.
And he finishes off
Kevin
with an
Edwards.
average in excess of 103.5. But he really rallied towards the end. It was a poor performance in game 2, but ever since we have seen world-class quality from Kevin Edwards. He's into tomorrow night, and he's left with a bit of a statement made for the rest of the field. So this is what we've seen as we've headed to the tail end of Group C here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It was rather plain sailing for Rhys Collie. He won 9 out of 10 in the group. He was joined alongside Kevin Edwards, who before the break got the better of Glenn Bois by 4 legs to nil with an average in excess of 103.5. So let's have a look at the final standings then and confirm the 2 players through to tomorrow night from this Group C. Rhys Collie with 9 wins out of 10, 18 points on the board. Kevin Edwards with 14 points, 4 clear of Billy Leonard, who was eliminated early on this afternoon. So Kevin Edwards joining Rhys Collie through to tomorrow night's final, and he joins myself and Laura Turner here in the studio to talk all about it. Kev, many congratulations. In the end, you were able to breathe easy, but I can imagine for large parts of today it was rather nervy stuff.
Yes, it was, yeah. The first game, I was playing Rhys. I knew what Rhys done yesterday, obviously playing really well. I missed a few doubles against Rhys, which cost me the game, to be fair. Second game, I couldn't find a treble 20. I was all over the place for some reason. Don't know why, but it happens. But after that, I'd seem to settle down and throw like I can, yeah.
What was the click? What kind of sparked you into life between game 2 and game 3?
I honestly don't know. Because after a bad game against Billy, you're fearing the worst. You think, oh, it's not going to be my day. But yeah, the next game, I think I averaged 98 and a different player. I don't know what happened.
What were the thoughts coming in this morning? Because obviously you were really well positioned. You were second on the table. Were there nerves going into those first couple of games?
I think it must have been nerves, yeah. Knowing that you only had to probably win 3 games. I think the pressure's on. And obviously I felt the pressure. But yeah, after them first 2 games, I seemed to settle down and play my own game. So, luckily enough, got through it.
And in terms of 3 games back to back to back, in terms of an environment and a stage like this, is this the best you felt you played over a bit of a consistent course?
I think it is, yeah. Like, I've been here maybe 3 or 4 times before, and I've played well, I think, but I haven't managed to get through the group. The first time I played here, I got to the semi-final, and I was expecting to do well the next times that I played, and I haven't managed to get through the group, but I've played well, and it's just the standard you're up against. It's brutal, to be fair.
So back into another finals night. How much are you looking forward to? Because it's fair to say, from the last time that you played, it was 3.5 years ago when you made that semi-final in Series 2.
Was it?
January 2023.
Was it?
Yeah. I know how things change, right? This is completely different now. I know there was people in back then, but it's a bit more of a grander scale compared to when you played in it.
Yeah, I think the standard has got a lot better. Like I say, I've played maybe 4 times since that semi-final and not managed to get through the group, which shows you the class that the class of the players that are coming. So I'm more than happy to get through this.
Right, we'll have another chat with you in just a second. However, we've seen plenty today, Laura, and look, we have to talk about Rhys Collie because he won 9 out of 10 in that Group C, and it just felt like from first dart to the very last, with that little blip, of course, in the middle, that one game he did lose, but it just felt like he had control of this group for large swathes.
Yeah, he played really well, didn't he? From start to finish, he was the player to beat. He stamped his authority in that first match, averaged just shy of 97 and didn't really look back. And we've said it all throughout today. We've liked what we've seen here. We weren't sure what version of Rhys was going to turn up, but it was a very good one indeed. He might be a little bit frustrated losing that game because I imagine he had thoughts of going through the card 2 days in a row, but ultimately 9 wins out of 10. If you'd asked anyone if that's, that was what they were going to leave with, they would have bitten your hand off for it, basically. He's through, top of the table, and now all the focus is going on to tomorrow night.
Billy Leonard, how will he be feeling after that?
I think he'd be disappointed because it was up and down in terms of the day. Obviously, sorry Kev, but he got the win over you early on, which really opened up the table, but then wasn't really able to back it up with big performances. And that last game where if he'd won, it might have put a bit more pressure on Kev, because I have to say, when you're not under pressure, Kevin, you can really produce some big numbers.
I know, yeah. Like you say, it's the pressure of the game, and if you're not under pressure, you can play with freedom and just play your own game.
Problem is, you put a target on your back now.
Yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? Yeah, I like to go under the radar. I like to go unnoticed, basically. Yeah, people don't recognise me or whatever. Well, I'm fine with that. I love that. But yeah, on the dartboard, it's a different animal.
Right, you've joined Bois, Collie and Steve West into tomorrow night's final. We're going to see Group B Law come to a close this evening. Paul Hogan's in charge of it. Neil Duff's also in a decent enough position as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that closes come the end of play this evening.
Yeah, because everyone's in contention. Obviously, Paul Hogan, he's got that little buffer at the top of the table, but we know that can get closed down, so it's all going to be down again to the start of the session. Even the likes of Benito and Carl, they've got that one win, which again, if they can do good things, 3-4 wins, then they could possibly put themselves in contention too. So lots to play for everyone tonight.
Finally, Kevin, what would it mean to win one of these if you were able to be successful tomorrow night?
That would mean the world, yeah. That really would, yeah. It's like the pinnacle of where I am at the moment. I'm playing ADC stuff, and obviously to get an invite back is brilliant. But to win one would be brilliant.
Well, we wish you all the very best. Many congratulations today. Some really good stuff out there. Thank you for popping up for a little chat as well. Laura, I'll see you again a little bit later on this evening. I know, you can't have everything. Right, plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next, George Noble, the final call, where we look at his career, the World Championship finals he's refereed, some of the big moments that he has taken charge of over a 3-decade-long career. That's coming up in a few moments' time. Then we're going to see Group B come to its culmination. That's tonight from 10 o'clock. Paul Hogan, Crocodile Dundee. He won all 4 in Group B on Thursday night, which means just a solitary win will be good enough to send him through to Saturday once again. But the likes of Neil Duff and Simon Stevenson still very much in the mix. Bois, Collie won Group C. He's going to be in finals night. He, Steve West and Kevin Edwards will all be plying for the trophy. 7:30 we get underway for that. And then we will get week 3 underway on Monday morning. Colin Osborne, one of 2 wizards that we're going to see next week. He and Simon Whitlock are both going to be jousting it out in Group B. But the Group A action gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. Well, that is it from us. Bois, Collie has qualified through, and Kevin Edwards, well, he held the line. We'll see you tonight from 10. Bye-bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Goal for Big Fish.
It's Jack Drayton!
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And the Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.